Yifan closed his eyes and faced the wind on the demon plane. He seemed to smell an unusual aura and said, "Big Brother Cloud Sky, Noah's ship must be in front. The feeling of the key is getting stronger and stronger. If Tang Jie has the Yang key, I'm afraid he would have felt it. Then what are we waiting for? Tang Jie will definitely be at the place where Noah's ship will appear, waiting for the people with the Yin key to appear. With them opening the way in front, we can save a lot of trouble." Yun Xiao smacked the Tiger King chariot with his palm, and it turned into a beam of light and sped away. At this moment, the Netherworld battleship, which had just separated from the group, flew in the air for the time it took to brew a cup of tea. Its speed became slower and slower, and finally, it came to a stop, quietly floating in the air. It was quiet on the battleship, and a kind of terrifying and cold aura spread out. He actually couldn't feel the life of a living person. At the entrance of the stairs leading to the inside of the battleship, there was a flickering green light. In the large control room, the ground was covered with corpses. These corpses all had frightened expressions, but they were all clean and had no scars. Only Qing Luo was covered in blood. She looked at the 5 men standing in the middle of the corpses in despair. They were all dressed in the same light blue jacket and looked a little strange. A terrifying green face was devouring all kinds of struggling souls in the sky above the control room. The souls' faces were extremely distorted and afraid, but they were all sucked in by the green face one by one. A few souls were slightly tougher. If one looked carefully, they could be recognized as the 3 martial honors from the Empyrean 1 pavilion. However, they were all swallowed in just a few breaths. The green-faced man's big mouth was still chewing, and his empty eyes gradually showed some color. He looked at the people below and glowed green. The man in the lead was Zhang Xiaotian. He snorted and laughed. "How greedy! I've replenished so much at once. How far am I from level 9? He walked straight to Qing Luo and smacked her forehead in despair. Her head immediately burst open like a watermelon, and her brain matter splattered all over the wall. The green face's eyes glowed with an intense green light. It sucked with all its might, and a pale yellow light was directly sucked into its mouth, which it began to chew. At this moment, his face also began to change. Golden spots appeared within the light green light, and the quality of his face continued to increase. Eldest senior brother seems to be advancing to tier 9. A junior brother looked at the golden light in the face in shock. It was the sign of their soul slave breaking through to the 9th rank. Zhang Xiaotian was also very surprised. He was pleasantly surprised and a little nervous. The 4 junior brothers all looked envious. It must be known that the Soul Devourer sect was extremely strict in the management of soul absorption, and the competition was extremely cruel. Among the disciples below the rank of Marshal Supreme, there were very few whose soul slaves could advance to the 9th rank. The reason was that there was a huge restriction on the absorption of souls. It was also to prevent the sect from becoming the target of public criticism on the continent. Zhang Xiaotian didn't expect to get such a huge benefit from coming out. The other 4 shitty also began to prepare their own thoughts. They had not yet obtained any benefits. The evolution has ended. It seems like it's still lacking a little. It's not enough. Zhang Xiaotian's mouth was wide open and his face was full of disappointment. He watched as the change was about to end. The golden light on the green face also began to retreat. A junior brother's eyes flashed with jealousy as he said, "Eldest senior brother, don't worry. There are still so many strong people in the demon plains. If we catch 2 more martial honors and throw them in, we will definitely advance." "Yes." Zhang Xiaotian looked at the ceiling and his face returned to normal. "Indeed, if there are 2 more martial venerables, it will definitely not be a problem. Am I right, junior brother?" The junior brother was stunned and felt that Zhang Xiaotian's words were wrong. He raised his head and saw a pair of eyes filled with killing intent. "Eldest senior brother, what are you doing?" He screamed in horror and felt a pain in his neck. Zhang Xiaotian's finger had already been inserted. With lightning speed, it struck at the throat of another junior brother. The junior brother was also stunned and directly suffered a fatal blow. The remaining two people instantly felt a chill run down their spines. They hurriedly took a few steps back and became alert. The person on the left shouted in shock and anger, "Eldest senior brother? What are you doing?" Xianxia sighed and said, "Don't be afraid, my two junior brothers. It's enough." He cast an incantation seal into the green face on the ceiling. The green light in the eyes of the face glowed again, and the souls of the two junior brothers were sucked in. Zhang Xiaotian said, "This soul slave is about to successfully evolve. I really can't wait any longer. My two junior martial brothers, I'll leave the items and soul slaves on them to you. I'm sure you two don't have a good memory from what happened just now." The two junior brothers' faces paled. Looking at their companions who had been fighting with them just now, they felt a chill run down their spines. However, they were the best of the best who had survived the brutal training of the Soul Eater race. After a short moment of grief, they immediately regained their cold expressions. "My two junior brothers are very talented and have a bright future ahead of them." The man on the left side. "I didn't expect that they would die at the hands of the enemy on their first mission." The man on the right also said regretfully, "Everyone is bound to die. My two junior brothers have died a worthy death. Let's not be sad. We should turn our grief into strength and complete the mission under the leadership of eldest senior brother." After the two of them finished speaking, they rushed to the left and right and plundered everything from the two corpses. If his own soul slave were to be devoured, the effect would be much stronger than that of a devouring expert. Zhang Xiaotian looked at them coldly and snorted. He then focused on the soul slave on the ceiling evolving. After devouring the two martial supremes, the green face changed again. The golden light spots that were about to dissipate reappeared and filled the sky like starlight. The face continued to wail in pain, and it gradually turned golden. Its green eyes also became sharp and turned golden. "Haha, you've advanced as expected. Ha 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 ha." Zhang Xiaotian couldn't suppress his ecstasy and laughed out loud. After the face turned golden, there was a cold light in its eyes. It stared at Zhang Xiaotian for a moment and opened its mouth as if it wanted to devour its master. Zhang Xiaotian didn't mind and continued to smile happily. He repeatedly praised, "Not bad, you're at the 9th rank as expected. Once a soul slave advances to the 9th step, it will develop its own intelligence. The higher the intelligence, the more powerful it is. I like your ferocious look." His voice suddenly turned cold. "However, a soul slave will always be a soul slave," he snorted. "Since you're a slave, you have to do your part." Zhang Xiaotian didn't move at all. With just a thought, the golden soul slave's pupils suddenly twisted and it screamed in front of him, begging for mercy. "Humph. Do you understand now?" Zhang Xiaotian took out the soul-devouring flag and swept it over the soul slave. The soul slave screamed in pain and was sucked into the house. "Congratulations, eldest senior brother, for successfully refining a 9th rank soul slave. When you return to the sect, you will be promoted to an elder." The two junior brothers stepped forward to flatter him. Zhang Xiaotian was in a good mood and said, "Just focus on following me in the future. I won't mistreat you." This soul slave had just advanced to the 9th rank and was still very weak. It also needed a large amount of supplements to nourish itself. This demon land was simply heaven. Ha ha ha. The other two junior brothers swore their allegiance, but they were extremely depressed in their hearts. He had thought that it would be his turn to enjoy himself now that he was a rank 9 soul slave. In the end, he still said that he was weak and needed a lot of nourishment. It seemed that if she followed this person, she wouldn't be able to eat big fish and meat. She could only pick up the leftovers. However, the two of them had also benefited a lot from the soul slaves of their two junior brothers, so they had nothing to complain about. "Eldest senior brother, should we go after Money Sect or those few fish that escaped from the Netherworld battleship?" one of the junior brothers asked. When Zhang Xiaotian heard this, a cold light flashed in his eyes and he said, "Catch the fish that escaped the net. That kid has too many treasures on him. Especially that purple cauldron. It has already exceeded my understanding of 9th tier profound armaments. It is at least a peak 9th tier profound armament. The peak of the 9th step. The other two people were both shocked and looked at each other in horror. On the entire continent, apart from Noah's ship, the most powerful profound-level weapon was the peak of the 9th level, and the number was extremely small. The Soul Devourer race had one in their sect master's hands, and existences of their level had only heard of it. Zhang Xiaoyan's face became colder and colder. He excitedly said, "In addition to the purple cauldron, you can see that there are many 9th-ranked treasures. Those are all yours. As long as you follow me loyally, I will definitely not mistreat you. Many thanks, eldest senior brother." The two of them hurriedly thanked him with great joy. Zhang Xiaotian took out a small round ball and threw it into the air. He threw a few seals into it. Rays of light shot out from the small ball, and various scenes appeared in the surroundings. They continued to spread and expand, and it turned out to be a kind of full reality projection. Although the demon plains is vast and boundless, there's nothing in the western regions that my Soul Eater race can't control. Zhang Xiaotian kept spinning the small ball, and the entire demon land flashed in front of them. In the light projection, a white mist appeared. The spiritual energy was pressing, which was very different from other places. He pointed at the misty area and said, "This should be the water-moon mirror flower created by the ancient evergreen tree. That treasure boy must have followed the people of the Four Extremes sect to this place. After we get the treasure, I'll absorb all the people from the Four Extremes sect. When we return to the sect, I'll be able to have a seat among the elders. Your soul slaves can also be refined to the peak of the 8th rank. They'll serve me better." With a wave of his hand, the small ball was kept into his bag. The three of them turned into rays of light and flew toward the water-moon mirror flower. The Netherworld battleship, which was worth cities, was abandoned there, and it fell when its vital stones were used up. Yunxiao's Tiger King chariot sped through the air, and he saw all kinds of corpses and wreckage of battleships along the way. It seemed that, in addition to the Merchant Union, many forces in the western region had also entered the demon land, but most of them had already fallen. Moreover, there were very few corpses of 5-element spirit-devouring rats on the road, and those deaths were all caused by humans. Very quickly, as they advanced, the spirit chi became more and more concentrated. It was as if there were spirit mountains, great rivers, or spirit veins that were exposed to the earth in front of them. Spirit chi was constantly overflowing. What is this place in front of us? This level of spiritual chi is enough for a big force to set up their own sect. The earthen jar was shocked. The spiritual chi that was coming at them was so dense that it was even denser than the sacred fire temple's hidden place. Yunxiao's expression was grave. This place seems illusionary, and the spirit chi is faintly discernible. It seems to be a place where the real and the illusionary are combined. Places like this are often protected by extremely strong arrays and restrictive spells. Everyone be alert. Yifan was shocked. He started to be extremely careful. Yunxiao, on the other hand, had another thought in his mind. He materialized in the Divine Realm tablet and reached out his hand, grabbing Lil Wu, who was about to escape. A baby about 3 or 4 months old was struggling in his hand, his eyes full of hatred. "Ha ha! Stop it!" Yunxiao ruthlessly patted his young head and laughed. "How many years have you been an old monster? Why are you still acting so cute? You won't suffer if you follow me. It's just extracting some soul power. I'll compensate you sooner or later." Lil Wu's face was filled with disbelief, and he was still peeved. "How many benefits have you gained from this Divine Realm tablet?" Yunxiao comforted him. "Without my true phoenix fire and breathing earth, you wouldn't have been able to transform even after thousands of years. Everyone was in the same boat, so they would all suffer together and rise together. Hurry up and tell me. Is this place created by the ancient evergreen tree?" Only then did Lil Wu stammer, but his voice was still as tender as a baby's. He said, "It should be. His aura is everywhere here. Is his main body about to die?" His voice was filled with shock. "It's such a huge existence," Yunxiao said. "Even if it were to die, it would take thousands of years to do so." After he confirmed it, he disappeared from the Divine Realm tablet and his divine sense returned to the Tiger King chariot. He felt the spiritual chi in the sky and carefully absorbed it. Everyone in the Temple of Holy Fire was speechless when they saw him. He told others to be careful, but he started to cultivate as if there was no one else around. This kid really knew how to make use of time. Yunxiao, on the other hand, had a complicated feeling in his heart. Even divine trees like Xiaowu and Xiaoqing, who had been standing on the earth since the beginning of the world, could not escape the fate of falling in the end. Since ancient times, who could be immortal? How many peerless geniuses had pounced forward, wave after wave, to the end of the martial Tao, the path of the divine Tao, but how many of them had ultimately become gods? At this moment, he was somewhat dispirited. The aura on his body also withered along with his mood, as if he had a kind of unstable state of mind. Stay calm. The demonic dragon suddenly let out a loud roar from the depths of his soul. His originally pure soul was tainted with a faint black gas. The dragon chi on the demonic dragon's body burst out in his spiritual sense and expelled all the black gas. Yunxiao's body trembled as he suddenly woke up, his eyes filled with horror. What's going on? His heart trembled. He had actually been in a trance at that moment. This was absolutely impossible for a martial artist, especially one with a firm heart like him. The demonic dragon's face was also very serious. It seems to be the birth of an inner demon. Inner demons? Yunxiao's eyebrows rose as he looked incredulous and said, "Isn't that the mental demon barrier? How could there be a physical form of demonic chi?" The demonic dragon's eyes were also filled with confusion. Could it be related to your demonic sky armor? After all, I've never heard of a profound level weapon refined from demonic chi. And that armor is one of the 5 profound level weapons used to suppress Dijia. Dijia looks like a demon in the rumors. Yunxiao spread out his palm, and the demonic sky armor appeared in its miniature form, emitting rings of fine demonic energy. This kind of demonic chi was not strong. It was very different from the one that appeared on Dijia and the one he had seen in the Tiandang Mountains in his previous life. The former seemed to be of a lower level and was just a type of power, while the demonic chi of the latter seemed to be able to erode everything and make one fall into eternal damnation. Don't underestimate the inner demon, the demon dragon said. Besides, the signs that appeared just now made me feel that something was wrong. It's best to use the devil sky armor as little as possible. Yunxiao put away the demonic sky armor and began to ponder. He had Donghai's moon pearl on him, so he should not have been affected by his inner demons. Moreover, he had the bright moon divine body, which could purify all negative energy. The demonic chi was so powerful that it could be seen. The surrounding spiritual energy was getting thicker and thicker. Ordinary people would definitely not be able to see their fingers when they stretched out their hands. Even for martial artists, their vision had also narrowed by a lot. Yifan suddenly said, "Does everyone notice? We seem to be walking in the same place." Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat. How can that be? Why would you have such a thought? Even with the sharpness of his spiritual sense, he did not find any problems, and the others also revealed puzzled expressions. Yifan looked around, frowning. Along the way, the connection between Noah's ship and me has been getting stronger and stronger, but it's dense here, and that connection has always maintained a certain distance. As we continue to move forward, it hasn't changed. His words immediately attracted everyone's attention, and they began to observe the surroundings. However, the entire demon land was a boundless grassland. There was not even a single point of reference, and he had no idea where he was. Yunxiao was also standing at the front of the chariot, spreading out his divine sense to the maximum, but he did not find anything unusual. However, Yifan's senses could not be wrong, so he had to pay attention to it. After a long time, they still couldn't see anything, and everyone couldn't sit still. "We are indeed walking in circles," Yunxiao suddenly said. "We're in trouble now." "How did you find out?" Feng Zhu was shocked. "Have you found a reference?" Yunxiao's face was calm as he shook his head and said, "There's no reference. You can feel that the spiritual chi is getting thicker and thicker on the way here, but it's been so long, and the density of the spiritual chi is indeed uniform. Only when we reach the core of the spirit vein would it spread out so evenly, but this is clearly not the case. Also, there were so many corpses along the way, but after entering this area, he didn't see a single one. In other words, we've fallen into an illusory formation. The jar took a look at the flying formation on the Tiger King, pointed at it and said, "But the vitality stones have been worn out, which proves that we have been flying for a long time. If it is an illusion formation, the chariot should be staying in the same place, and the vitality stones won't be worn out, right? We are indeed using primordial stones to fly," Xianxia said with a headache, "and we are indeed in the same place. This was an illusory formation that combined reality and illusion. This kind of illusory formation was not something an ordinary person could set up. Even the 7 superpowers might not have one. This is because this kind of formation has its own spirit. Self-formed spirituality? What do you mean by that? You mean the formation has a spirit?" The jar was stunned. "Everything has a spirit," Xianxia said. "Formations are also one of the things in the world. As long as the Tao of evolution reaches a certain level, it can produce a spirit. However, this is not the case here. This formation is most likely formed from the true form of the ancient evergreen tree. The people of the Temple of Holy Fire all felt it was ridiculous." Yifan also said in disbelief, "How is this possible?" Xianxia seemed to remember something, and his eyes dimmed as he recited, "Nothing is impossible. And I finally remember that the martial sovereign, Teng Guang, once said proudly that he had set up 7 beautiful and wonderful formations in the realm of heavenly martial arts. I remember one of them was called Water Moon Mirror Flower." How did you know?" Yifan was shocked, he said in surprise. "This means that this formation was set up by the martial sovereign, Teng Guang? This Kasaya? How do we break it?" "Don't panic," Xianxia said. "The array he has set up may not be powerful." Everyone's face was filled with black lines, and Pottery said with a crying face, "A formation set up by a martial sovereign king-level expert might not be powerful? Don't tell me you're more powerful than him." Xianxia stopped the chariot and began to look around as he explained, "He's purely interested in the study of formations. It's not that the more powerful it is, the more interesting it is. This water moon mirror flower is definitely one of those interesting but not very powerful ones." "I hope so," Tranche replied. "We don't know anything about formations, so we're counting on you." All the people of the Temple of Holy Fire looked dejected as they stared at Xianxia. However, after hearing that this formation was set up by a martial sovereign king, they seemed to have lost all hope. Sure enough, after observing for a while, Xianxia said, "I can't see any clues from this formation. I can't break it." "What?" Yifan also felt dizzy. "Big brother Xianxia, what should we do now?" "Don't panic," Xianxia said. "Just sit down and cultivate with peace of mind. Now we can only wait." "Wait!" Everyone's eyes bulged, and Fengzhu said, "Will the formation break by itself if we wait?" Xianxia smiled. "Of course not. Don't forget, everyone, we're not the only ones here. We're waiting for them to break the formation." Although Teng Guang's formation is an array within an array, all of the arrays link together but also independent. As long as a flaw appears in the entire formation, I can definitely find it and break it. His very calm appearance made everyone more or less put down their worries. Fengzhu couldn't help but ask, "You're so sure that others can break it? If we can't even break it, are we going to be trapped here until we die?" Xianxia gave him a look and said, "Don't worry. If you can't break it, just stay here and cultivate. The spiritual chi here is pretty good. When everyone breaks through to the peak of the martial supreme realm, one move will be able to break through 10,000 techniques. Any formation will be turned to dust." Hearing what he said, everyone's face suddenly darkened, and their hearts, which had just calmed down a little, were in suspense again. Yifan was also vexed and said, "Big brother Xianxia is right. There's no use in panicking. The spiritual chi here is better than in our Temple of Holy Fire, so you should hurry up and cultivate." Although he said so, he couldn't calm down at all. The aura was constantly calling him, and he felt extremely irritated. Xianxia gave him a glance, smiled, then closed his eyes and began to cultivate. Teng Guang's formation skills were so high that if he got serious, ants like them wouldn't even be able to touch him. They could only hope that this place was one that was more of a novelty and did not have much power. Otherwise, everyone would have to bear the consequences. What is going on here? He was getting more and more lost. In the beginning, there was still a direction, but now there's no direction. Oh no, could this be the legendary ghost realm? The illusionary realm that we can never get out of? I've often heard of people who can't get out of this situation, but after a certain period of time, they can get out by themselves. After this theory became common, that place was called the ghost realm. Did we really encounter it? I originally thought that it was an illusion or a natural illusionary formation caused by the weather and that it would dissipate with the change in weather. It seems that this is not the case. This place should be an extremely powerful formation. The two members of the Rainstorm mercenary group followed young Emperor Haolian. They felt that their target was becoming more and more absent-minded. His aura was faintly discernible, and he was about to disappear from their sight. The more they walked, the more suspicious they became. Chun Chuanzhou's expression was extremely ugly. It was right next to his own force. He thought that he knew the demon planes very well, but he did not expect that there was such a magical place. For so many years, there had been no such information. There were only some insignificant rumors with different rhetoric, and they had never been taken seriously. Now, it seemed that this place was not simple. No matter what kind of formation it is, since it has existed here for a long time, there's nothing to be afraid of, he said in a deep voice. If we can't get out, that kid can't get out either. Just don't lose him. Their goal was to kill young Emperor Haolian. They didn't care about anything else as long as it didn't threaten them. Their figures kept flashing in the illusion, locking on to the aura in front of them, not daring to relax. Young Emperor Haolian's doubts grew. Although the people behind him couldn't catch up, he felt that something was wrong. It was as if they couldn't reach the end. He finally stopped, and a bright light flashed in his eyes. He shouted into the air. "Who is it? Since you've lured me here, could it be that you're going to trap me with a formation?" His voice was extremely loud and spread far and wide, but the two people following closely behind him acted as if they didn't hear him. In the center of the formation, Xiao Qing's sword-like eyebrows twitched slightly, and a knowing smile appeared on her face. She said, "Rat Emperor, your seduction is too clumsy. He has already seen through it." The Rat Emperor's voice came from the air. "So what? Isn't he coming over? And that's a Dao heart that's fearless. He's wandering around the peak of the 8th Desolation Realm. If he doesn't dare to come forward because of fear, he'll never be able to break through." With a single thought from little Qing, the entire formation began to change. The fog around young Emperor Haolian suddenly parted like a curtain, revealing a green mountain and clear water. There were birds in the forest, and a stream flowed with a ding-dong sound. Flowers bloomed all over the mountain, and immortal music lingered in the air. It was a sacred place. Moreover, the sound of water flowing in the forest spring made a splash of water vapor, which hit his face. Young Emperor Haolian reached out his hand and felt it. Tiny dewdrops appeared on his palm, and his skin felt cool and refreshing. His face became serious. There was no such place in the demon planes. The place in front of him was 100% an illusion, but it was so real as if he was in it. In a situation where he knew it was fake, he couldn't distinguish any flaws. The person who set up the formation had a profound technique that far exceeded his imagination. But since the other party had guided him here, he would not have any ill intentions. Otherwise, he only needed to activate the formation to stop him and let Chun Chuanzhou and the other two catch up to him. Then he would be in danger. Thinking of this, he stepped into the green mountains and clear waters. The two people behind him also noticed the change in the scenery in front of them and quickly rushed up in shock. After stepping into the green mountains and clear waters, Haolian Xiaohuang's figure began to become absent-minded, as if he would disappear at any moment. Squeak, squeak, squeak. All of a sudden, a large number of flying squirrels appeared out of nowhere and filled up the space, attacking the two of them. Moreover, an extremely powerful force seemed to have come from the sky. No one could find its source. It appeared out of thin air and fell on Chun Chuanzhou's head. "What's going on?" In his shock and anger, Chun Chuanjiu expanded the domain on his body. All the flying squirrels around him froze in the air. The wings of light on his body flapped continuously, but they were unable to get close. "Explode! Die!" he shouted angrily, and all the flying squirrels within a 10-meter radius exploded into a mist of blood. Then, he grabbed at the air and destroyed the attack that was coming from above. "It's demonic chi. The one who attacked is a demon." He frowned and suddenly raised his head, shouting, "Not good, quickly chase!" Xiaohuang Haolian had already turned into a faint figure. Not only that, but the green mountains and clear waters also became hazy, and the misty sky was pulled down. "You dare to trick me? Heavenly ancient bronze sword! Break!" Chun Chuanjiu was extremely furious. The broadsword in his hand, which was as wide as a washboard, slashed down from the sky. The entire sky screen was stunned, and it seemed to be retreating. Ouyang Qi immediately attacked as well. He threw a punch at the sky and finally collapsed it. The scenery in front of him shattered like glass, turning into fragments. A green mountain and clear water appeared. Young Emperor Haolian's figure was slowly walking on the mountain path. "Chase!" The two of them turned into rays of light and rushed over. Qing Zhu's eyes were completely open, revealing a clear look. It snorted. The mirror flower of the water moon contains the power of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. He stood up, and flowers bloomed in the warm spring. Jiang Lushir doesn't turn, the rhythm of spring. Qing Zhu gently pointed its finger forward, and the green of spring immediately flew up, filling the sky with flowers. Spring came. The plants sprouted, the willow trees spread their branches, the plum flowers bloomed, and the peaches bloomed. Chun Chuanjiu's face was as gloomy as water as he looked at the changing scenery in front of him. The broadsword in his hand slashed down with great force, trying to split the sky apart. As he swung his sword again and again, the green world in the spring-filled sky began to fade away. With the power of a peak martial honor, he could already use the rules to change the world. The spring green color around little Qing also began to decrease, but he didn't care at all. He smiled lightly and the seals in his hands began to change. Suddenly, the Rat Emperor's flustered and exasperated voice came from the sky. "Little Qing, quickly open the 4 seasons barrier and let Aqua Blue in." The space in front of him dimmed, and the huge body of the Rat Emperor appeared in front of him. Qing Zhu frowned slightly and sensed the situation outside the enchantment. Somewhere in the rhythm of spring, the sky full of green had long been replaced by blood, and the screams of the 5 elements spirit-devouring rats could be heard everywhere. The two men walked steadily on the green mountains and clear waters. A golden defensive barrier appeared around them, and the spirit rats immediately turned into a mist of blood upon contact. However, they were still like moths to a flame, constantly crashing into it. Among the many spirit rats, there was a larger aqua-blue spirit rat with blue eyes. It stared at the two people's footsteps and kept retreating. Its light blue fur was actually filled with pure blue blood. It was like paint, covering its entire body. A large number of spirit rats protected it in the center like stars surrounding the moon, retreating towards the depths of the water moon mirror flower. The two men looked cold and their faces were pale. The two of them were not good people, and their pale faces were not because they had exhausted too much of their vitality. Instead, he had slaughtered countless 5 elements spirit-devouring rats along the way, so much so that he was starting to shiver. "Che Shuyao, how long are you going to keep killing like this? I'm a little scared. We have to kill him even if he's scared, or else what? If the ancient evergreen tree doesn't open up a passage to the water moon mirror flower, we won't be able to break it." "Humph. I don't believe that we can't break it if we combine our strength. Of course, you can destroy this formation by force. However, don't forget that this is an illusory formation set up by a martial sovereign king using the true body of the ancient evergreen tree. If you and I forcefully destroy it and the king-level expert finds out about it, he will be unhappy." "Humph. Can you bear the responsibility? Damn, what a headache." So many of its own kind had died, and the last Rat King was right in front of them. Would the Rat King really be able to stand it? Why didn't you open the passage at this time? Let's kill for a while more. Didn't the mist just dissipate? It's just that the illusion here is more realistic, and even we can't see the real situation. If we really can't do it, we'll first capture this water-type Rat King and refine the 5 elements beast taming ring. One of them flicked his finger, and a large number of spirit rats that rushed above the defensive barrier exploded into a mist of blood. The two of them walked step by step toward the water-type Rat King. Little Qing, quickly open the barrier. The Rat Emperor hobbled toward Qing Zhu and roared. The hair on its body stood up, and it looked very fierce. The seals in Little Qing's hands became stronger and stronger, but her face remained indifferent. She said, "Rat Emperor, don't panic." The two of them were martial sovereigns of the 9th heaven. If he had wanted to capture Shuelan, he would have done so long ago. If I'm not wrong, their target is either you or me. If the 4 seasons barrier is broken and a large number of cultivators rush in, you and I will both be in danger. I don't care. The 5-element Rat King is only left with Shuelan. We have to save him no matter what. The Rat Emperor's aura pressed toward Qingzhu, and it said with hostility, "Open or not?" Qing frowned and said, "Rat Emperor, you've lived for thousands of years. Why are you still acting on impulse?" The two of them didn't capture Shuelan because they wanted to force us to open the barrier. If we let them go around the 4 seasons barrier, do you think we can stop 2 martial supremes with just the 2 of us? At that time, not only will Shuelan be captured, but you will also be under the control of the Nightmare Beast. At that time, your billions of children in the demon plane will become sharp weapons in the hands of others. The Rat Emperor calmed down at once, but he still said angrily, "Then what do you think we should do? And let them kill my children?" Qing said, "We can only sacrifice Aqua Blue to stop your children from attacking. This will reduce the number of unnecessary casualties. I'll absorb the rule force and Emperor Qi of the 9 heavens when young Emperor Lilian advances to a martial sovereign. Not only will I be able to recover from my injuries, but I'll also be able to advance to the next level. When the time comes, you'll have the capital to fight them with me in the Water Moon Mirror Flower." The Rat Emperor squeaked for a long time, as if it couldn't accept this. However, he was also an existence with intelligence, so he knew that Little Qing's words were the correct method. He finally suppressed his temper and passed down the order. A large number of flying squirrels in the rhythm of spring suddenly scattered in all directions. Some even retracted their wings and burrowed into the ground. In the blink of an eye, only the blue Rat King was left. It stood there alone, staring at the 2 people in front of it, its eyes full of hatred. "What's going on with Yingluo?" The 2 of them were stunned. One of them said in a deep voice, "Could it be that they really gave up?" Che Shuyao's face turned even colder. He said, "It's highly possible. The Rat King isn't an idiot. With the 2 of us working together, it won't be able to escape. He's abandoning his men to protect himself. In that case, let's refine this Water Rat King first." The other person revealed a trace of ridicule and said, "The worst-case scenario is to break this illusory formation. We're just carrying out our mission. Even if the king-level master is angry, the sect will bear the consequences. What does it have to do with us?" He reached out to grab the aqua-blue Rat King, and the space around him was sealed, making it unable to move. The blue water Rat King's eyes were filled with fear, but the space around it had been locked, and it couldn't even shake. A look of despair appeared in its eyes, and it saw a copper ring falling toward it. The 5 bells on the copper ring jingled, leaving only one empty ring that enlarged in the air, turning into a cage. "Little goody, go in." The man smiled coldly, and the aqua-blue Rat King felt a suction force pulling it in. At that moment, 5 different colors appeared on the beast enslavement bracelet and gave off light in the air. They reflected each other, and only these 5 colors could be seen in the sky. They complemented each other and spread out in all directions. The illusion of spring also retreated. Just as the 2 experts of the Myriad Star Valley were refining the 5 elements beast taming ring, a man in luxurious clothes was also walking through the Watermoon Mirror Flower a few miles behind them. The surprise on his face was getting more and more intense. There was a huge pearl on his belt, which made him look very generous. Suddenly, a five-colored light appeared in front of him and shot up into the sky. Under the impact of the light, the surrounding illusion became unreal. He suddenly stopped and his pupils shrank. He raised his head to look at the flashing light in the distance and muttered, "This light is so bright that it looks down on a ninth-tier profound armament? Could it be that someone was forging here? But how many people in this world can refine ninth-tier profound armaments?" His heart was filled with shock, and with a flash, he used spatial bending and crossed several miles in an instant. "Who's there?" Che Xiao instantly sensed that someone was peeking at him. His eyes darkened, and he threw a punch with his right hand. Whether it was a human or a ghost, he had no interest in knowing. He would just directly explode. As soon as the man in luxurious clothes spread out his divine sense, he felt a fierce chi coming at him. He retreated in horror and said, "Bzzz, Emperor Chi of the Nine Heavens." Although he was shocked, he didn't panic. He also closed his 5 fingers together and slashed down like a knife. A sharp golden blade slashed out from his hand and headed towards the fist radiance. Boom! As the 2 gusts of wind collided, the sky changed color. The surrounding plants and peach flowers were all destroyed. Golden light bloomed on the demon land like the sun, shining in all directions. "Martial Emperor!" Che Xiao's heart twitched and he shouted in shock. He was extremely alert. He took a step forward and stood beside his companion. He stared at the front and shouted, "Who is it? Report your name." His companion was sitting cross-legged on the ground. With him as the center, a circular formation spread out. Strange symbols kept flowing out from it, turning into white chi and dissipating in the sky. His face also sank as he looked at the 5 elements beast-taming ring in the sky, revealing a dignified expression. Now was the crucial period of the refinement, and he could not afford to be distracted. Thinking of his companion's strength, he calmed down a little and continued to devote himself to the refinement. "I'm just here to be a bystander. Please don't fight. Peace breeds wealth." The man in luxurious clothes revealed himself from the void with a smile. A serious look flashed in his eyes and he said with a smile, "I'm Sunboat Fish. What's your name, big brothers? Where do you work?" Che Xiao's heart moved and he blurted out, "Myriad Treasure Store's Sun Fishboat? What are you doing here?" A strange expression appeared on his face, as if he had come to a sudden realization. He said, "You're here for Noah's ship. Ha. You two must be joking." Sun Fishboat laughed and said, "How can Noah's ship be here? I don't know which wicked person released this fake news. I'm just here to be a bystander and didn't expect to meet the 2 of you who are in such a good mood to actually refine 9th-tier profound armaments. TSK, what a great deal. I have never even seen an 8th-tier profound armament being refined in my life. It was a feast for the eyes today. To be able to spend so much money and not dress so strangely. The 2 of you must be the big brothers of the Myriad Star Valley, right?" Che Xiao chuckled and said, "It's indeed boring news. I'm Che Xiao from the Myriad Star Valley, and this is my companion's fief. We're here to do a small thing. Please give us some face." Sunboat Fish rolled his eyes and laughed. "I've long heard of your great name. In particular, this brother Fingyi was known as the #1 beast tamer below the divine control martial sovereign realm. After seeing him today, he realized that his reputation was indeed well-deserved. Even refining a 9th-tier profound armament is a small matter. TSK, how are we poor ghosts going to live?" "Brother you must be joking," Che Xiao said. "I'm afraid you're just making things up. Moreover, Myriad Treasure Store is the world's #1 chamber of commerce. If you are also poor, then we really have no way to live." Sunboat Fish chuckled and began to wrangle with him. The 2 of them talked nonsense for more than an hour. The fief lord sat there with an increasingly irritable face. He was constantly on guard, making it impossible for him to continue with his refinement. Moreover, he had already guessed that the other party must have done it on purpose. Refining the 5 elements beast slavering was not the orthodox way of refining a 9th-tier profound armament. but using the 5 elements Rat King as a catalyst to condense the power of the 5 elements, so that its power could be comparable to the 9th tier level. Although its attack could not be compared with a real 9th tier profound armament, it could control 9th tier demonic beasts and become a great help. As for the Sun Fish Boat, it continued to wrangle, occasionally shouting a few words, causing the fief to become more and more terrible, and the frustration in its heart to grow. Che Shuya was also secretly anxious. He tried to drive the other party away a few times, but he was cleverly turned back. Finally, he could not help but pull a long face and said, "Brother Yu, it's not convenient today, but I'll definitely have a drink and chat with you when I come to the Myriad Stars Valley in the future. Brother Yu, if there's anything you need, please go ahead." "Hee, I'm fine. You guys do what you need to do. Don't mind me. This swan and I isn't good. The refining of the beast taming ring in the fief can't be disturbed at all, so it's inconvenient for us to talk here." "That's fine. Why don't we go somewhere else and have a good talk?" "Brother Yu, let's not talk anymore. Please give me face and leave immediately. I want to. But what kind of place is this? I feel strange no matter how I walk. I'm afraid I'll get lost. By the way, this is the territory of the Western region. Could it be a forbidden area set up by your Myriad Stars Valley?" "Hee. How can our Myriad Stars Valley be so boring?" This was an illusionary formation that combined illusion and reality that was set up by the martial sovereign, Tungguang. Back then, it was called the Water Moon Mirror Flower. "Brother Yu, just find a place to stay, and it won't take long for this formation to be broken." "Oh!" Sun Fishboat's heart skipped a beat. After hearing such a strange thing, it was even more reluctant to leave. It was actually set up by the king-level master. "Why do you say that it will be broken soon? Are you two planning to break the formation?" Che Xiao's face immediately turned ugly. If this person knew that they were going to break the formation and spread the news, Tungguang would come to find trouble with them. He coughed a few times and said, "Who dares to say that they can break the formation set up by a king-level martial sovereign? We've lived in the western regions for a long time, so we have some understanding of this place. I'm sure they'll disperse soon. So please leave, Brother Yu. I'm really curious. Why did it disperse on its own? Brother Che, please elaborate." "Sun Fishboat, are you really going to fall out with us?" Che Xiao finally couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "Why do you say that?" The Sun Fishboat put on an innocent look and said sincerely, "I'm sincerely asking for your advice, Brother Che. If you agree, I'll leave immediately without any delay." The fief lord finally couldn't take it anymore. At this moment, he was filled with irritation and the power of the formation backfired, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent as he stared at the Sun Fishboat and shouted, "Arg! I'll fuck your whole family. Procrastinating your sister. Since you don't want to leave, then don't leave. Stay here." He made a move in the air, and the incomplete 5 elements beast taming ring instantly became bigger and made a loud ding-dang sound. It was like his state of mind, and it smashed towards the Sun Fishboat. The beast taming ring flickered with 5 types of light, and there were 5 spirit rat kings running around the ring. They were very cute, but their demonic power was sky-piercing and abnormally terrifying. "Brother Feng Yi," Sun Fishboat cried out in panic. "Why are you fighting for no reason?" However, his eyes were as still as water, without the slightest hint of panic. His hands moved like wheels, forming a seal in front of him, and then covered the sky. The falling momentum of the beast taming ring stagnated, as if it was suspended in the air, unable to fall. The light and shadow of the 5 rats ran faster and faster, appearing very impatient. Che Xiao moved as well. He leaned forward and threw a punch at the Sun Fishboat's face. Martial sovereigns were usually very careful when they fought. One careless move could lead to death. His punch was mediocre. It was merely a condensation of Emperor Qi and a breakthrough of Tao with force. When the Sun Fishboat's hands blocked the beast taming hoop, it had no time to receive the attack. When the two of them joined forces, they didn't need to use their full strength. As long as they could attack and defend, they would be more than enough. Boom! The punch landed on Sunboat's face, and Che Shuyao's pupils contracted. Sun Boat didn't dodge, and his body was twisted by his punch. He even smiled and disappeared. The 5 elements beast taming ring in the sky suddenly lost its resistance and suddenly fell. The Fief Lord was shocked and hurriedly waved his hand, summoning the beast taming ring back and holding it in his hand. Both of them were extremely shocked and became alert with their backs to each other. Their divine senses covered the entire area within a radius of several miles, guarding against the slightest movement. The sunfish boat could actually escape from their eyes, which made their faces very ugly. Haha, you two are too mean. Since you don't welcome me, then I'll go play by myself. This place is getting more and more interesting. The sunfish boat's voice came from the sky, and after a few rises and falls, it disappeared from their sight. The Fief Lord's face was gloomy, revealing killing intent. He said hatefully, "We can't let this person live. Otherwise, he will bring us great trouble." Che Shuyao relaxed his yuan qi and said in a deep voice, "You saw it just now. His strength might be above you and me, so how did you kill him? For now, let's first find a place to complete your 5-element beast controlling ring. Then we'll have a greater chance of killing him." Humph, I didn't expect that a piece of news would attract a Marshal Supreme. I originally thought that you and I were the only ones in the demon planes. Since the sunfish boat can come, there might be other experts. Let's go to another place first. This illusion is too big. No one should be able to find us in any place. When I finish refining the 5 elements beast taming ring, I'll break this illusion and capture the Rat Emperor. With a thought, the two of them disappeared. The sunfish boat had already appeared a few miles away, and looking at the endless spring space, he couldn't help but look excited as he muttered to himself, "This is the power of spring. If it was set up by the king-level master, then it's very likely that he used that thing as the eye of the array." He spread out his divine sense and searched the entire illusionary realm carefully. "Big brother Yunxiao, did you find any flaws?" Somewhere within the water moon mirror flower enchantment, as the sky shattered and the scenery changed, everyone from the Hall of Holy Fire rejoiced. However, they quickly discovered that the illusion in front of them was not any better than before, and seemed to be much more serious. Yifan could sense that Noah's ship was right in front of him, but he couldn't find the right direction. Standing on the chariot, Yunxiao looked around, and the look in his eyes grew more and more serious. "Don't worry, I already have some clues. At least I now know the layout of the formation. It's one barrier over another, layer by layer, and I'm sure, even if the mountains and rivers disappear, there will still be other illusionary realms. I've heard of this formation before. It's like a box being placed on top of another box, and the deeper you go, the more powerful it becomes. However, this arrangement was extremely exquisite. If there was a slight negligence, all the previous efforts would be wasted. If it's this kind of barrier, it'll be amazing if you can put on 3 of them. So, if we break this one and another one, we'll be able to get in?" Feng Zhu's eyes lit up. The earthen jar wasn't sure, so he said conservatively, "I'm talking about ordinary formation masters. However, Teng Guang is known as the number 1 formation master, a martial sovereign on the king level. He's much more powerful than them. He might be able to trap 5 or 7 of them." Feng Zhu's face immediately darkened as he turned to Yunxiao and said, "You seem to have some understanding of soaring light. How many do you think he can put on at most?" Yunxiao was observing carefully when his thoughts were interrupted by the two. If Teng Guang were to focus on this kind of interlocking barrier arrangement, it wouldn't be a problem to create about 108,000 of them. Haha! 108,000! Feng Zhu was stunned for a moment before he laughed. "Do you think he's a God Realm expert? Even if it's the God Realm, there's still a limit." Yunxiao gave him a cold look and said, "As long as you grasp the essence of this formation within a formation, you can set it into an infinite number of formations." However, Teng Guang wasn't so bored. Since this formation was something he was so proud of, there must be something special about it. If I'm not wrong, this should be 4 environments connected together. A repeated cycle with no beginning or end. A repeated cycle with no beginning and no end? What does this mean? Feng Zhu was shocked. Can't we get out? Yun Xiao was also a little vexed. Look at the surroundings. The vegetation is in spring, and the scenery is full of life. This should be the rule of the earth spring. If I'm not wrong, this is the power of the 4 seasons. It's the 4 great enchantments, and spring goes and autumn comes. Summer falls and winter rises. It's endless. This is in line with his aesthetic. Then what do we do? When Yi Fan heard this, his head started to throb. This was already beyond his understanding. The rest of the people were also confused, as if they were listening to a heavenly book. There are only 2 ways, Yun Xiao said. One is to break the formation by force. We can't count on it. We don't know if there are any other experts trapped in it. Only by breaking the laws of the spring, summer, autumn, and winter earth could he escape. The second is to comprehend the power of the 4 seasons and use the laws of the earth for my own use. I'll be able to transcend and directly walk out of the illusion. He saw that everyone was still at a loss, so he reached out and patted the chariot lightly. For example, this is the rule of the earth spring. The place he had casually patted actually began to sprout, forming a seedling that grew vigorously. After a few breaths of time, a small flower bloomed, and then it stopped. Ah! The people of the Temple of Holy Fire all had their mouths wide open, looking at the flower in disbelief. Feng Zhu even went up and took it off. He looked at it in his hand and even sniffed it a few times. He said in shock, "What's with Luo? You've already mastered the power of spring." "I've mastered it before," Yun Xiao said. "The reason why I can do it now is because this illusionary realm is formed by the power of spring, and I'm just using it casually. Normally, one would have to condense their own nomological rules to do so. How could it be so casual and simple? Besides, even if I have that kind of enlightenment, I'm too weak to compete with the person controlling the illusion. Unless my cultivation is higher than his and I can control the eye of the formation, I can take control of the formation." Had he mastered it before? Everyone was stunned and didn't quite understand. However, there were too many things that they didn't understand, so they didn't think about it carefully. At this moment, little Qing, who was in the center of the array, was greatly shocked. Yun Xiao's grab of the power of laws just now was so casual and easy, just like the controller of the array. Then there was only one possibility, and that was that he had already comprehended the rules of the 4 seasons, which was why he could use them. At the thought of this, he was completely dumbfounded. The power of the 4 seasons was the law of the earth. If his original body was not the array's eye, he would not be able to control it with his strength. His confidence that everything was under his control began to waver. Their wariness of Yun Xiao even surpassed that of the other martial sovereigns. "You've said so much. Have you found a way out?" Feng Zhu asked. "No, I didn't." Yun Xiao shook his head and said, "But it's not impossible. I've thought of the best way to break the formation." "What's the best method?" Yi Fan asked. Yun Xiao stared at him and smiled, but he did not answer. Instead, he began to think. The war chariot quieted down. No one dared to disturb him. The environment here was no longer something they could deal with, so they had placed all their hopes on Yun Xiao. "What is the best method?" An extremely impatient voice suddenly asked. The entire Tiger King fell silent, and the atmosphere became tense and heavy, because the question just now was not asked by anyone on the chariot. Feng Zhu's expression changed, and he reached out to grab the space. The space shook and a shadow flickered, gently landing on the chariot. Fluctuations also appeared in 2 other places, and 2 figures appeared one after another. The 3 of them were wearing light blue jackets. They were from the Soul Devourer clan. Their faces were cold and arrogant. They looked at them from the corner of their eyes as if they were receiving great kindness. The Soul Devourer clan. Yun Xiao's eyes flickered. He recognized the outfit at once, and he was shocked. The Soul Devourer clan was extremely mysterious and strange, and the cultivation techniques they cultivated were even more evil. His soul battle techniques were learned from the Soul Devourer clan, and the 3 people in front of him had suppressed everyone's aura as soon as they appeared. Their strength was evident. The people of the Temple of Holy Fire also retreated instantly and surrounded the 3. Everyone was on guard as if they were facing a great enemy. The aura these three people gave them was too cold and powerful. Especially Zhang Xiaotian, even Feng Zhu and Qiguang, the two martial venerables, felt extremely depressed. You're quite knowledgeable, kid. Tell me how to break this formation. At that time, I can spare your life. Zhang Xiaotian and the others had long caught up and wanted to make a move, but they found that the surrounding environment wasn't right, so they endured until now. Moreover, there seemed to be some kind of power in this array that made them extremely uncomfortable, and they became a little irritated. Spare my life? Yun Xiao sneered. Spare my life? The three of you must be joking. Don't you soul devourers love to collect and condense living souls? How come I didn't know that you could show great mercy? He crossed his arms in front of his chest and made a small gesture. Yi Fan and the others immediately understood. They knew that they were going to attack. They lowered their auras and prepared for a thunderous strike. Zhang Xiaotian was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled and said, "It seems like you have some understanding of our Soul Devourer clan. If you're sensible and submit to me, I can be merciful this once." Yun Xiao smiled, and his eyes narrowed slightly as he said, "Does Huang Fu Bai know that you're so awesome?" Huang Fu Bai was the sect master of the Soul Devourer sect. As soon as Yun Xiao said his name, Zhang Xiaotian and the other two were taken aback, somewhat confused. Technique restriction. Yun Xiao's eyes turned into blood moons in an instant, and an extremely powerful attack rushed out. The surroundings shook, and the spring scenery changed into a black space that spread out. Spiritual attack. Zhang Xiaotian's heart trembled, and he immediately realized that he had been hit. However, he snorted and a green light flashed in his hand. He gently drew in the air and broke the black space. Their greatest ability was to condense their soul, and ordinary spiritual attacks were not worth mentioning. Just as the black space shattered, the people from the Hall of Holy Fire also attacked. Feng Zhu and Qi Guang attacked at the same time. Their targets were Zhang Xiaotian's two junior brothers. The two junior brothers were only one-star martial supremes. They had just been dragged out of the spiritual space, so they panicked and cried for help. Trash! Zhang Xiaotian coldly cursed. If he didn't need some loyal subordinates, he wouldn't care about the life and death of these two people. He would step out to save them. Power of spring bind! Go! Yun Xiao cried out softly as he slapped his palm into the air. A large number of branches and vines rushed over from all directions and wrapped Zhang Xiaotian up. Those branches and vines were very ordinary, but a large amount of aura poured out of them and kept seeping into Zhang Xiaotian's body. This is a Kasaya. Zhang Xiaotian was shocked. That power made him very uncomfortable. It was almost suppressing his own power and constantly eating away at his body. The Soul Devourer sect cultivated the art of the dead, and they were naturally contaminated with death energy. This spring life QI was a natural counter to them, and they were suppressed to the extreme. This was also the reason why he felt uncomfortable the moment he entered the barrier of spring. A mere ant dares to attack. The vital qi in his dantian circulated, and all the spring aura retreated from his body. The vines and branches were directly reduced to powder. The aura of death spread out and the surroundings immediately became cold. Feng Qi and Wang Lin were also affected. Seeing Zhang Xiaotian step over, they quickly retreated. The moment Zhang Xiaotian was released, Yun Xiao squatted down and slapped his palm on the chariot, his fingertips quickly drawing symbols. A stream of power quickly spread out from those symbols and rushed out of the chariot. The entire chariot suddenly fell into a daze, and Yun Xiao's eyes lit up with joy as he said to himself, "I'm not going to let you go." As expected, Zhang Xiaotian was shocked. He hurriedly sent out a palm strike. The strong wind shot through the air as fast as lightning, but it was still a step too late. It directly passed through the shadow left by the Tiger King chariot and exploded in the distance. "Senior brother, what happened?" "They've escaped," a junior brother said with a lingering fear. Just now, under the sudden attack of Feng Qi, he almost died without being able to take a single move. At this moment, his face was extremely pale. The arrogance from before was completely gone. "It's all because of you two useless pieces of trash." "Damn it," Zhang Xiaotian cursed. If it wasn't to save you, how could they have escaped from me? However, he revealed a cold expression, and his eyes flickered with a bright light as he said proudly, I've already left a mark on the chariot. It'll follow them to break this formation. At that time, we'll capture them and extract their souls and treasures. Under the effect of Yunxiao's array, the Tiger King chariot disappeared from the barrier of spring. When it reappeared, it was a desert with no one around. The scorching sun shot down from the sky, and even the warriors felt their skin prickling. This is Wufu. Yifan opened his eyes and felt a sharp pain. He had some guesses, but he couldn't help but ask. I was right, Yunxiao said with a smile. This is the barrier of summer. This place is really connected by the 4 seasons. This is really troublesome. If we don't break it, the cycle will repeat, and we will never be able to walk out of this illusion. Then what should we do? Didn't you say that you have a good way to break the formation? Feng Zhu hurriedly asked. Yunxiao did not answer, but turned to Yifan and asked, How's your sensing? Yifan closed his eyes after sensing it. He shook his head. I'm in a trance. It's a little hard to grasp. If that's the case, then we don't have to rush. He stretched out his hand, and a burning flame danced on his palm. He said, This place is completely condensed from the laws of Earth. Everyone, use your heart to comprehend it. Cultivating here will be of great benefit. Training. Feng Zhu's eyes almost popped out as he cried out, You're still in the mood to cultivate at a time like this? It's an opportunity that can't be missed, Yunxiao said with a smile. It's a lost opportunity. You may not encounter such an illusion a second time in your life. Moreover, Tang Guang wanted to set up this 4 seasons barrier, and I'm afraid he must have given up quite a few treasures as the formation's eye to be able to condense the regulations of Earth into a formation. In the entire heavenly martial realm, he's the only one with such attainments. Young Master Yun, there's no rush in your cultivation, said Turpat after coughing twice. We can't just wait here all the time, right? There must be a goal. Is it to wait for the young master's calling to become stronger? Yunxiao did not seem to be in the mood to listen to them. He closed his eyes and slowly sensed the flow of the power of summer, then said casually, You can say that. Don't forget that Yifan was not the only one who felt it. Now Tang Jie should also be in the 4 seasons barrier. With the help of those big demons, they should be able to find Noah's ship for us. At that time, we'll just go and rob them. So before that, everyone needs to rest well. Robbing the great demon Swan and I, everyone had a bitter look on their faces. They only wanted to fish in troubled waters and hoped to find a chance to seize Noah's ship and face those big demons head-on. There was no chance at all. Big brother Yunxiao is right. Let's all calm down and cultivate. We have nothing to do now anyway, so it's good to be able to cultivate for a while more. Although Yifan was also mumbling in his heart, Yunxiao's strength and vision along the way had already won their great admiration. Without Yunxiao, they would have been wiped out a long time ago. So, although he had doubts in his heart, he chose to obey unconditionally and began to comfort the dejected people. Meanwhile, Yunxiao had already sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to regulate his breathing. Upon closer inspection, his body was emitting a layer of heat, and it contained a lot of spiritual energy. It was as if his skin was automatically taking in and releasing the spiritual qi around him, replacing his nose and mouth to breathe. Yifan was very surprised to see this. He did not know what kind of cultivation technique Yunxiao was using. He thought that Yunxiao was about the same age as him, but he had such profound attainments which was closely related to his perseverance in improving his cultivation all the time. He could not help but admire him. Everyone in the Temple of Holy Fire looked worried, but they had no choice but to sit down cross-legged as well. Who knew if they were cultivating or not? At this moment, the one who was the most shocked was little Qing, who was at the center of the formation. With a serious expression, he formed an incantation with one hand and a flame qi rose from his hand. In the next moment, a pair of bright eyes as big as lanterns slowly emerged in the sky above the Tiger King chariot, staring at Yunxiao with surprise and bewilderment. He was no stranger to Yunxiao's cultivation method, and he had been cultivating in this way all this time, which was the law of Earth, the power of 4 seasons. However, he was able to do so because the barrier of the 4 seasons was created by the martial sovereign, Tengguang, using his own body. It was connected to his mind, and that was why he could do as he pleased and cultivate with the help of the formation. However, the young man in front of him was only a martial arts grandmaster and had nothing to do with the supreme law of the earth. However, his words and actions contained the law. His eyes gradually turned sharp. At this moment, Xianxia was constantly washing his body and meridians with the power of summer, absorbing the power of laws from all parts of his body, and then exhaling them to obtain great benefits. Soon, the people of the Hall of Holy Fire also felt the benefits, and each of them looked shocked and overjoyed, especially Fengzhu and Qiguang, the 2 martial honors. They had a certain understanding of the power of rules, and now that they felt it, they were overjoyed knowing that Xianxia was telling the truth. But their feeling was completely different from Xianxia's, who was completely immersed in it. Except for Tengguang, there was no second person in the realm of heavenly martial arts who could condense the power of rules into an array. If those superpowers were to find out that the formation here was actually formed from the laws of Earth, they would have long since turned it into a forbidden area for their own disciples to cultivate in. After swallowing a large number of martial Wu Dao fruits and absorbing a vast amount of primordial qi, Xianxia broke through to the level of 3 stars martial grandmaster. After that, he swallowed the heavenly soul herb. The powerful soul power nourished his soul, and the spiritual energy contained in the herb was directly absorbed by his dantian. It settled down bit by bit, and he had reached the peak of his cultivation. If he was an ordinary martial artist, he would have broken through several levels in a row, but only he knew how bitter it was. At this moment, the large amount of vital qi that he had accumulated finally stepped into a higher level under the scouring of the rule power of summer. A light of 6 directions realm glowed faintly on his body. He had stepped into the realm of a 4 stars martial grandmaster. The pair of lantern-like eyes in the sky could no longer hold back and shot out rays of cold light. Greeny's face appeared behind those eyes, and its entire body appeared in the sky, looking down coldly. Xianxia opened his eyes slightly and said with a smile, "Since you're here, then come down." His words shocked everyone in the Hall of Holy Fire. They came out of their comprehension and looked up, all on high alert. They didn't know where little Qing had appeared and how long it had been there. Even now that he was seeing it with his own eyes, he only felt that it was hazy and not very real. How can you control the power of spring and summer at will? With an expressionless face, Qing stared at Xianxia coldly and went straight to the point, its tone filled with extreme dissatisfaction and hostility. Xianxia frowned. He did not like the other party's attitude, so he laughed and stretched his back. "Young man, is this how you talk to your savior?" Everyone in the Hall of Holy Fire had seen Little Green before and knew that it was the manifestation of the ancient evergreen tree. Suddenly, sweat broke out on their foreheads. Could there be anyone older than him in the heavenly martial arts realm? The young man was stunned. Qing Zhu's face turned cold and it snorted, "Young man, humph. Did you save me out of good intentions? You're also controlling Xiao Wu, right?" he asked coldly. Xianxia met his cold eyes and said coldly, "So I saved you for nothing? Do you think I need to tell you?" Qing said, "Humph. Since this flower in the water moon mirror is here, I don't think he has any good intentions. I'm afraid they're here for my main body, even if he is. So what?" Xianxia did not back down at all. The two of them faced each other, and the atmosphere grew colder and colder. Under the summer sky there was also a trace of cold air. Qing Zhu's pupils contracted and killing intent shot out. It coldly said, "Then die! Rules of summer blazing sun," he shouted as he pointed his finger down. A sun formed at his fingertip, becoming more and more dazzling, not the slightest bit inferior to the one in the sky, and slowly descended. The enormous heat wave rushed towards them, and the people of the Hall of Holy Fire were all shocked. They saw that the entire Tiger King chariot was beginning to melt, and they desperately circulated their vital qi to resist the heat wave. However, their skin was still rapidly losing moisture and began to crack. "Humph, I like the scorching sun. One chi of creation. Keep. Xianxia walked up to the sun, and under the dumbfounded gazes of the crowd, the sun was absorbed into his body. At that moment, his strong body swelled up a little, and his skin was bronze in color, emitting a faint glow. After the sun was absorbed into his body, his entire body shone with a brilliant light. The light illuminated his bones, muscles, and surging blood. His entire body was almost transparent. However, in just a breath's time, the light gradually dimmed, as if it was being digested by his body. The aura on his body also rose steadily. Qing's eyes widened in shock. Body technique? He had discovered that Xianxia could absorb his sun directly not only because he had mastered the power of summer, which could turn the sun into a tonic, but also because his body was so strong that he could digest the overbearing power. It's none of your business. Now, you have a taste of my scorching sun. After absorbing the power of the sun, Xianxiao's aura rose to the level of a 4-stars martial grandmaster. With a shout, he pointed a finger up into the sky, and a similar sun appeared on his fingertip before it suddenly shot out. Qing's brows furrowed. He could clearly feel the power of summer in the surroundings constantly pouring into the sun, growing bigger and bigger like a rolling snowball. Xianxiao's perception and control of the power of summer were actually above his own. Although I don't know how you did it, I can't let you live. Open, little Qing shouted. The blazing sun that was charging at him suddenly disintegrated like a blooming firework, its light blinding. He was the one who controlled the formation, and he had the highest authority. Since the rule of the earth, Xia, is ineffective against you, then try my rule of the heavens, lightning. As his voice fell, the blazing sun in the sky dissipated, and dark clouds appeared, with lightning and thunder. The people of the Temple of Holy Fire were all dumbfounded. In the face of such a duel of rule power, they only felt that they were weak and could not help at all. Bolts of lightning fell from the sky and gathered on Greeny's palm, gradually becoming stronger. His face, which was illuminated by the lightning, turned pale green, and he was expressionless. Xianxiao's heart trembled. The thunderbolt was so strong that if he could not withstand it, he was afraid that everyone except him and the 2 martial venerables would be turned into ashes. You want to play big, right? Don't think that you're awesome just because you have a light ball in your hands. If you anger me, I'll make sure you're consigned to eternal damnation. A fire cloud appeared between his brows. After his soul power advanced to the 6th rank, he could finally manifest the true phoenix fire. Although it was extremely small, it was a genuine divine fire. With the appearance of the divine fire, the people of the Temple of Holy Fire were all shocked and scattered in all directions. Feeling the terrifying aura, they were all frightened. True phoenix fire. Qing Zhu cried out in shock, its eyes filled with disbelief as it muttered to itself. No wonder Lilmi followed you. It turns out that you have the divine fire, which is enough to let him be reborn again. He quickly regained his composure and said coldly, but how much power can you control with this kind of divine fire? If you're not careful, you'll be the first one to be turned into ashes. Xianxiao's face was filled with ruthlessness, and under the illumination of the flames, he looked a little crazy as he said ferociously, if you're afraid, just say it. You can try how much power it can unleash. He formed a few seals with his hands, then slowly separated them after putting them together. He clenched his fists, and a piece of pale yellow dust appeared between his palms. There were starlight jumping around it. As he struggled to open his hands, the earth gradually formed around the dust, and the space sank as if it was being pulled by the infinite gravity and began to collapse rapidly. This time, Shao Qing's expression finally changed. It was even more shocked and aghast than when it saw the true phoenix flame. The power of thunder and lightning on its body became extremely unstable, and just like its mood, it flickered non-stop with a pa-pa sound. He seemed to have spent a great deal of effort to spit out a few words, and said in a deep voice, "Living Earth!" The moment the breathing earth appeared, Little Green was truly intimidated. It stood in the sky and didn't move at all. The expression on its face showed that it was struggling. You're quite knowledgeable, even though my cultivation is a few realms lower than yours. However, your physical injuries are too severe. How much have you recovered? With these two treasures, I can destroy you in both body and soul. Xianxia stood proudly, as if he would kill whoever stood in his way. The people of the Temple of Holy Fire were dumbfounded. The two things on Xianxia only existed in legends, and now they were in the hands of the same person. No wonder he had always been so awesome. Yifan and the others suddenly had a feeling that they had no choice but to accept this. Along the way, this martial arts grandmaster youth had countless trump cards and extraordinary knowledge, allowing them to escape danger step by step. Now, two of these legendary items had appeared at once. Who knew what other things he had on him? Qing had the same feeling. Although it did not see Xianxia smash the cauldron of mountain and river that day, the profound artifact that crushed the armillary sphere's heavenly axis had made it very wary. He was very clear that the armillary sphere was a supergrade mystic artifact that was no less powerful than Noah's ship. Although it was almost exhausted after the battle that day, it was not something that ordinary mystic artifacts could suppress and shatter. Yunxiao's face was filled with an arrogant look, as if he was saying, "Come and hit me! Hit me! Hit me!" In fact, he was already extremely depressed. After the Divine Realm tablet had been worn out many times, it was now at its end. He had no choice but to take out the two ultimate treasures that could suppress the territory to boost his confidence. He didn't have the confidence to use any of them at all, let alone two at the same time. Moreover, it was already very difficult and strenuous for him to maintain such an obvious state. How could Qing not see Yunxiao's strong look? But the genuine Phoenix true fire and the earth-breathing earth below still made him extremely afraid. Furthermore, over the years, he had seen all kinds of geniuses and figures. The aura of the young man in front of him was just like those unparalleled experts, unruly and disdainful. "You're really not spying on my true form?" Xiao Qing finally decided to call a truce and asked with a frown. A contemptuous look appeared in Yunxiao's eyes as he snorted and said, "Although your original body is not bad, how is it compared to the true Phoenix fire and the breathing earth? Other than Noah's ship, do you think there's anything else here that's worth my attention?" The lightning on Greeny's body gradually disappeared, and the dark clouds in the sky also dispersed. The scorching sun rose into the sky, and the hot weather was once again restored. "I hope you're telling the truth," he said coldly to Yunxiao. "Otherwise, you'll be the first one I kill." Yunxiao breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly put away the true Phoenix flame and the earth-breathing earth. He had almost exhausted all the yuan qi in his body, and large beads of sweat had seeped into his forehead. But he still pretended to be fine and said, "You're thinking too highly of yourself. However, I do need your help with something." "What's the matter?" Qing said indifferently. Yunxiao put away his frivolous look and said in a serious voice, "I want to go to the ancient barons." Qing Zhu's pupils shrank. It glanced at him and turned around to leave. It said indifferently, "We'll talk about it later. If there's a chance, I can help you. Consider it as returning the favor." "Humph, you still know that I saved your life. If you're taken by those great demons," Yunxiao said disdainfully, "you'll really be doomed." Qing Zhu's face flashed with a trace of fierceness, and its figure gradually disappeared in the air. As if he suddenly remembered something, Yunxiao shouted at the sky, "Wait, is Noah's ship really here? Where is it?" No comment. Qing Zhu's figure completely disappeared into the sky, leaving behind only these 4 words that reverberated in the sky. After Qing Zhu's figure disappeared, the people from the Temple of Holy Fire were still in a daze. There was a strange look in Feng Zhu's eyes, and he said nervously, "Kid, are those two things real?" Yunxiao gave him a glance and said, "It seems that Noah's ship is really here. Otherwise, Little Green wouldn't have to hide it and would have just denied it." He also knew about the existence of Noah's ship, but he couldn't take it out. Feng Zhu and the others looked at each other, all drenched in cold sweat. They could deduce so much information with just a no comment? "Let's continue waiting." Yunxiao sat down cross-legged again and said, "I finally understand the purpose of the monster race. They probably want to take the true body of the ancient evergreen tree. As for its purpose, it's probably to repair Shang's profound-level weapon. If Noah's ship appeared, they would never let it go. Little Green hasn't been able to take out Noah's ship for so many years, so the importance of the key can be seen. This way, we don't have to panic. Let's wait for them to make a fuss first. He was in a good state of mind. After sitting down cross-legged, he took out the 100 million mid-grade primordial stones that Chen Wudi had given him and started cultivating. He generously exploded a large number of vitality stones, and with the flow of the power of Summer's laws, an excellent cultivation environment was formed on the Tiger King chariot. You're welcome. There are so many primeval stones. I can't use them all by myself. We should share the good things. Feng Zhu was also in awe. It seemed that this kid's current achievements were not by chance. He was also an expert himself, so he naturally knew that the more effort he put in, the more rewards he would get. He was also quite broad-minded and knew how to win people over. The people of the Temple of Holy Fire also sat down and began to cultivate, but soon they frowned. Although they were deep in the spirit qi, they could not absorb any primordial qi around Yunxiao, as all of it had been poured into his body like a river. After the initial shock, they also felt that they were somewhat used to it. They left the chariot one after another and sat cross-legged in the air. Although the spiritual energy was thinner, they could still drink some soup. Yunxiao's body was like a vortex as batches of primordial stones exploded and were soon sucked dry. The people of the Temple of Holy Fire sat further and further away from him, and in the end, they could not even find a single bit of primordial qi. They were so vexed that they simply began to feel the laws, no longer hoping to share his primordial stones. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, there was a constant vibration in the space, and the whole world trembled. Felt like the earth was shaking and the mountains were shaking. Yunxiao and the others woke up from their cultivation one after another. They looked around and found nothing unusual, but the strong vibration was still coming from a distance, and they could not find the source. Someone is trying to break the formation by force. After staring at the sky for a while, Yunxiao said resolutely, "Everyone, return quickly. Let's go to the other 3 seasons to take a look." The people of the Temple of Holy Fire immediately returned to the chariot. Yunxiao quickly carved an array, and the chariot was surrounded by beams of light, which gradually disappeared into the summer. In the spring sky, there was a place where the dark willows were hidden and the flowers brightened. The sunfish boat was holding a formation disc in its hand, and it seemed to be trying to find the correct direction. It was pacing back and forth with a sad face, and it kept mumbling to itself, 3 steps to the left, 7 steps to the right. No, it's chaotic again. He picked up the array board and smacked his head, going crazy. Beams of golden light shot out from the formation disc, forming complicated lines in the air that constantly crisscrossed and derived from each other. There were also a large number of numbers arranged in a row, which were being calculated. The sunfish boat's eyes were constantly reading the changes, and its mind was quickly calculating. Its mouth quickly reported all kinds of numbers, 9, 6, 17, 18, 3p. Show the deduction became faster and faster, and the rays of light and words of light were so fast that only afterimages were left. They shone on the sunfish boat's face, and his brows furrowed even more. 19, stop! He suddenly shouted as his palm directly grabbed at the array board. All the numbers and lines gathered in the air and slowly fell to the ground. They spread out like a spider web, appearing under his feet and spreading to a distance in front of him. The sunfish boat counted silently and kept the disc array. It then carefully walked down along the lines. 56. It should be here. He stepped on the grass with 1 foot, and a thick willow tree blocked his eyes. He looked carefully, and this willow tree was not much different from the others. Its branches and leaves were luxuriant, and under the flow of the power of spring, it grew more and more. The sunfish boat pointed out a finger, and with just a few fingers, golden symbols and all sorts of lines were carved on the willow tree. The entire willow tree began to shine with a golden light, and it gradually turned into ashes in the light. Following the destruction of the willow tree, 3 circular formations appeared in the surroundings. They were separated by a distance and expanded infinitely. I didn't buy this heaven-developing spell plate for nothing. I finally found it. Haha! He was overjoyed. As he looked at the constantly changing scenery around him, he could not suppress the excitement in his heart. Not only was the precious treasure that he longed for about to appear in front of him, but he also felt a great sense of accomplishment to be able to find the formation I set up by a martial sovereign king. The 3 formations spread out in parallel on the ground, almost connecting heaven and earth, forming 3 realms of their own, showing their magnificence. As expected of a formation set up by a king-level expert. I can't catch up with this kind of formation intent. The sun fishboat was amazed. It carefully watched the evolution of the array and soon fell into it, becoming a little obsessed. The deduction of the array intent derived from those 3 great arrays contained Tungguang's supreme comprehension of array Tao. To every array master, this was already the greatest wealth. After the formation was developed to its extreme, it started to decline. The 3 infinitely large formations were condensed rapidly and turned into 3 purest masses of energy that stopped in the air and gradually melted together. That's Ingluo. The sun fishboat's eyes were filled with joy, but it gradually turned into shock, then shock, and finally, its face turned pale. Rule of the heavens reign. He roared in shock and said in a panic, "How could this be? This place is actually a trap." His entire body suddenly became extremely cold. The ball of energy in the air transformed into the shape of a drop of water and slowly dispersed, sprinkling down. The drops of rain were like smoke and fog, and they were silent. When they entered the sun fishboat's eyes, they felt as if they had chilled its heart. All kinds of forces around its body dissipated, and its Emperor Qi of the 9 heavens became extremely difficult to circulate. It seemed to be completely suppressed in this rainy day. Fengyu Qiming, Fengyu Xiaoxiao, Fengyu Ruhui, King-level master. I'll fuck your 18 generations of ancestors. The sun fishboat roared in fear, and the aura of death rushed up to its heart. The heaven-evoking spell plate in its hand instantly turned into a sharp sword, and in an instant, it shot out tens of thousands of sword rays, turning into a sea of swords to protect itself. Everything around it seemed to no longer exist, and only the sound of the rain could be heard. The sea of sword radiance grew weaker and weaker under the wind and rain, as if it would be annihilated at any moment. I'm not willing. I'm just here to be a bystander. Am I going to die here? The sun fishboat's eyes were filled with despair. It gritted its teeth and poured all its power into the Tianyan magic sword, stimulating its weapon reserves to the extreme. What kind of broken spell plate is this? I spent all my fortune to buy it, but it ended up harming me. Explode, explode, explode. The Tianyan magic sword emitted a dazzling light and suddenly exploded. The power swept out in all directions, forming a storm that resisted the rule of rain. Sun Fishboat's eyes lit up as if he had seen a glimmer of hope. All of a sudden, 7 or 8 high-level profound-level weapons appeared around him. He grabbed a handful of high-level medicinal pills and swallowed them like beans. The Emperor Qi of the 9 heavens crazily poured into those profound-level weapons, ranging from 6th to 8th level. At this moment, he could not care so much. Not to mention profound-level weapons, as long as he could save his life, he would even take out his underwear and explode it. Emperor Qi of the 9 heavens, draw. The 7 or 8 profound-level weapons lined up and released a huge light at the same time. Bai Zhou's eyes were blinded. He shouted, and the profound-level weapon danced in his hand like a long stick, smashing forward. He himself also turned into a ray of light, and a golden armor appeared on his body. He rushed up and shouted, "Explode! Explode! Explode! Open up a path for me! I don't want to die!" Boom, boom, boom! Boom, boom, boom! The profound-level weapons exploded one by one, their powers linking together and stacking together, turning into a mighty dragon that roared and charged towards the sky of rain. Boom, boom, boom! The mighty dragon exploded, and the sun fishboat was hit by the impact. Its golden armor was destroyed, and it spat out a mouthful of blood. The space in front of him gradually twisted, and a passage that was made during the day appeared, leading to an unknown outside. He couldn't care about anything else. He used the last bit of energy in his dantian and instantly rushed out. The white passage only appeared for a moment, and it gradually submerged after he rushed through it. The entire sky was drizzled. The spring rain was as precious as oil. The willows, peach flowers, grass, swallows, and goldfish were growing and playing under the spring rain. It was a huge visual contrast to the previous powerful collision, which was a little difficult to adapt to. Qing revealed an expression of disbelief as it stood in the center of the barrier. It muttered to itself in shock. He activated the void eye and the law of rain, yet he still managed to escape? The performance of the sun fishboat had shocked him greatly. He had thought that it was a dead end, but he had actually opened a path out of it. It seems like you're not an ordinary martial sovereign either. Fortunately, you're severely injured. Let me end you. The scenery in front of little Qing's eyes kept changing, as if it was searching for traces of the sun fishboat. It muttered to itself. Where did he escape to? Even if a teleportation portal was activated, they couldn't escape the 4 seasons barrier. They must be hiding in one of the seasons. That light of day seems to be winter. The entire barrier was under his control, but if the other party used a secret technique to hide himself, he would not be able to catch him in a short time. He extended his soul consciousness into the barrier of winter and began to search. Suddenly, he seemed to have found something. His expression changed drastically, and a murderous intent immediately appeared in his eyes. In a land of ice and snow, 1,000 miles of land was frozen. More than a dozen people were quietly floating above a plain. The ground was as smooth as a mirror. It was a frozen lake, and waves of cold air were rising. Li was the only one who was carving something on the surface of the lake. She had carved more than a dozen patterns of various sizes within a 1,000-meter radius. In addition to all kinds of strange lines and symbols, there were also some demonic beasts of various shapes and sizes that were vivid and lifelike. These images seemed to exist alone, but they were connected and resonated with each other. Looking down from above, they were connected into one, like a picture of a fierce beast. Li Hua's final stroke blew away the ice shards on the lake's surface. He leaped into the air and hovered above the center of the pattern. Everyone spread out. I've broken this formation core. When the people from the 4 extremes sect heard this, they quickly flew above the lake and watched from a distance. There were only a few monsters left in the sky. Yu was worried and said, "This 4 seasons formation is a never-ending loop with no exit. The strength of the person who set up the formation is unimaginable. Was this really where the eye of the formation was? I'm afraid that he'll set up a void eye and have a 90% chance of survival." He smiled and seemed to be very confident. "You don't have to worry about that. She's the Li of the Jili tribe. In the entire demon race, which branch could compare to the Jili tribe in terms of secret techniques and special techniques? Right, Li?" Li's indifferent face became unprecedentedly serious at this moment, and a trace of worry that was hard to detect flashed through his eyes. Shang's smile froze. "What's the matter?" he asked, confused. "Is there a problem? In terms of formation skills, I may not be the best in my era, but I'm still one of the best. However, this 4 seasons formation is unbelievably perfect. I can't find any flaws. I can't believe who set up this formation. Could it be a godly state expert? How is that possible?" Shang gasped. "Not just formations, even rules and martial arts have flaws. As long as it exists, it will be destroyed." Li's face was filled with respect as he said solemnly, "That's right. That's why the person who set up the formation was far more accomplished than me. That's why I couldn't find the flaws in his formation and could only find the formation's eye to break it open by force. However, in this world of winter, there were at least 3 virtual eyes that combined reality and illusion, making them unpredictable. The 3 virtual eyes that appeared before him all contained extremely terrifying power. If he broke them wrongly, he would probably be beyond redemption. So, Ying Luo, her face was extremely serious as she said, "Everyone, please leave this place. The further the better." After Li finished speaking, the atmosphere above the lake became extremely heavy. Everyone's expression was depressed and extremely ugly. "How confident are you?" Xiang asked in a deep voice. "Lord Xiang, I don't want to lie to you," Li Ping said calmly. "I'm at least 80% sure that this formation core is a real eye, but I'm only 50% sure that I can break it. I'm not even 10% sure that I'll be safe and sound after breaking it." She was one of the few existences in the demon race of that era who had uncountable array Dao attainments. Since she had said so, it could be seen that the array I was extremely terrifying. She looked around and smiled bitterly. This 4 seasons barrier is completely condensed from the laws of Earth, and the formation's eye is often the most dangerous place. In other words, the energy contained within is at least the power of laws. Who else below the martial sovereign of the 9 heavens realm could go against the rules of this realm? Therefore, this is a sure kill trap for those below the martial supreme realm, unless they have a holy weapon or are like us, able to fully exert the power of a 9th-tier profound weapon. So, Lord Xiang, you don't have to worry too much. My 9-li war drum is more than enough to protect me. She proudly patted the little red drum on her waist, and a full-blooded sound shook out, as if to give herself some confidence. However, the 4 people present could tell that she was pretending to be relaxed to comfort everyone, and their hearts became even heavier. "Let me break this formation," you said. "Li, tell me the method. With my current physical body, it's strong enough to withstand anything. If it really doesn't work, I can instantly teleport with my mental power and escape from danger. I'm more suitable than you to be the one to break the formation." Li sneered disdainfully. "Can your physical body be stronger than my war drum? Don't worry. There's no formation in this world that I don't dare to break." She didn't let the others say anything and directly shouted, "Back off! Don't get in my way." "Li, forget it," Xiang said sternly as he stared at her. "It's not worth the risk. I can't lose any more of you. These 4 seasons were also a good place to cultivate. Let's just wait for someone else to break the formation, or wait for the power of the 9 heavens to be restored before we break out." "Lord Xiang, don't lie to yourself," Li Mui said. "Without the nourishment of a large number of heavenly treasures, it's impossible for us to return to the 9 heavens realm with the injuries accumulated on our bodies. Moreover, if I can't break this formation, then there are only a few people in the world who can." Xiang's face was unsightly, and his eyes flickered with a strange light. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. All of a sudden, the entire space trembled violently. Everyone swayed. Yi Jing said, "What's going on? With such a strong vibration, who is fighting?" Li suddenly revealed a look of great joy and said, "No one is fighting. Someone has triggered the rules. You guys get out of the way. This is the best time to break the formation." She couldn't care about explaining to everyone and hurriedly opened her arms. Rays of light overflowed from her body and converged in front of her body, gradually forming a white ball of light. There was also a soft green light flashing on the outside, and it fell towards the center of the array in the lake. Then, she took down the small drum from her waist and began to beat it in the air. As she beat the drum, her feet began to take strange steps. With every step, a ray of light would overflow from her feet and fall into the array below. Xiang's face was serious. He waved at the other 2, signaling them to back off. He himself flashed a few times and appeared 1,000 meters away, looking at them with a cold face. Yu and Yi Hafu were also very serious. They retreated behind Xiang and were worried for Li. The beast-like formation on the lake began to shine. One by one, the demonic beasts formed by the light stood up from the formation and sank into the frozen lake. There seemed to be no end to them. As Li's battle drum beat, the speed at which the light formed became faster and faster. After dozens of light beasts had sunk, the surface of the lake began to change. The white ice gradually turned blue and became deeper and deeper, and began to crack. "Ha! Rise!" Li's eyes narrowed and he shouted. A series of drum beats came down. The huge beast picture on the ice seemed to come alive. It was formed by a large amount of light and stood up with a roar. "Stop!" At this time, A horrified roar came from the sky. Qing Zhu's figure suddenly appeared in the sky, looking down with a pale face, its face full of shock and amazement. At this moment, the entire layer of ice suddenly cracked, producing an earth-shattering sound. A large amount of water vapor rushed into the sky, and as soon as it emerged from the ice, it formed a huge ice tip. The huge beast was directly pierced by the ice tip on the top layer, and it let out a huge roar before it was completely annihilated. Li was shocked. He couldn't believe his eyes as he watched the beast disappear and the icicles continue to surge up at an unimaginable speed. Qing Zhu's face turned pale and its eyes were filled with hatred. However, it was helpless and it roared in anger. "We're finished! You guys are in big trouble!" He stomped his foot and instantly disappeared. The vast and boundless lake began to collapse, and countless water vapor turned into ice spikes that surged up from below. As if the sea had changed into mulberry fields, a huge iceberg was formed in an instant, swallowing the dumbfounded Li in the air. A huge tremor began to spread, but it seemed to be just the beginning. With the rise of the ice mountain not only in winter, but the space of the other 3 seasons also became somewhat unstable. At the same time, it seemed to be in a trance, as if it was about to break. The people of the 4 extremes sect were all panicking. The mountain was still rising, and the mountain wall was pressing down on them. Everyone had a look of fear on their faces as they quickly fled into the distance. Shang and the other 3 were furious. They flew up into the sky at high speed, trying to rush into the mountain to save Li, who was still in a state of crisis. However, the mountain was rising far faster than they could, as if it was going to hold up the sky. After an unknown amount of time, the mountain's expansion finally stopped. From afar, it looked like a towering mountain that reached the heavens. The ice and snow on the mountaintop suddenly began to melt. A blazing sun appeared out of nowhere and appeared in the sky, melting half of the ice and snow on the mountaintop rapidly, turning it into a scorching land where not even a blade of grass grew. However, the grass on the mountainside was full of spring. It was full of vitality and was growing with all its might. It looked very happy. There were also peach flowers that spread out, and their pink color drifted down, covering the mountain and forming a long sea of flowers. But what was shocking was that the trees in the mountains were bleak and withered. The dead leaves were swaying with the wind, and the dew immediately formed autumn frost when it appeared. However, the foot of the mountain was covered in ice and snow, and the land that stretched for thousands of miles was frozen. The colors of the 4 seasons all appeared within a single mountain. The environment in the far distance also began to change. The 4 seasons enchantment that was originally interlocked with each other appeared at the same time, forming a huge enchantment thousands of miles away from the mountain. The 4 seasons were connected together: spring in the east, summer in the west, autumn in the south, and winter in the north. They formed the boundary of the 4 seasons, looking at each other from a distance. Inside the winter territory, the sun fishboat was resting on a large rock with a pale face. It was suddenly stunned by the scene in front of it. With an unwilling expression, it shivered with excitement and said, "The Immortal Mountain really is the 4 seasons Immortal Mountain. King-level martial sovereign Tungguang has indeed placed this treasure here." He was so excited that he seemed to want to stand up from the stone, but he seemed to be extremely powerless. After struggling a few times, he fell down again. At this moment, not only did the sun fishboat not have any Xian artifact on him, but he also didn't have any medicinal pills left. Under the rule of Rain, he didn't care about anything else and ate everything that could be eaten without even looking. He even swallowed all the poisons on his body. Now, there were still side effects in his body. His face would turn blue and black from time to time, and he could only look at the ageless mountain in front of him, without any power to fight for it. The fief and Che Shuyao in the spring territory were dumbfounded by the scene. They were surrounded by a large number of spirit rat corpses, which piled up like a mountain. The smell of blood was pungent and nauseating. The Rat Emperor tried its best to stop them from refining the 5 elements beast-taming ring. As long as they failed, the 5 elements Rat King still had a chance to escape. Otherwise, it would completely lose its mind and become a puppet of the beast-taming ring. What's with this change? Is this mountain the true body of the barrier? Che Shuyao looked at the majestic mountain in shock. Even with his experience as a martial supreme, he had never heard of such a scene. The Fief Lord was also extremely shocked. He shook his head and said, "This mountain is definitely not the main body. This formation was set up by a martial sovereign king. Before he set up the array, there was no such thing in the demon plains. Furthermore, I find the mountain peak rather familiar. It seems to be very similar to a legendary treasure." "Treasure?" Che Shuyao was shocked. "What are you referring to?" In their eyes, there were not many things that could be considered treasures. The Fief Lord stared at the sky-reaching mountain in the center, and the look on his face became more and more shocked, as if he was more and more sure of what he had thought. He exclaimed in horror, "The unaging mountain! This is a 9th-tier superb-grade profound-level weapon of a martial sovereign king, the unaging mountain." His voice was filled with extreme shock and excitement. His entire body trembled as he said, "How could this be? How could the Kongtong Immortal Mountain be here? Could it be that the king-level master has also given up this thing in order to set up the formation?" "What's the unaging mountain?" Che Shuyao was shocked. Although he didn't know what this mountain peak meant, since it was left behind by the light of the throne, it was definitely not an ordinary item. The 3 soul devourers in the summer territory, as well as Yunxiao and the people from the Hall of Holy Fire in the autumn territory, were also shocked by the change. "Big brother Yunxiao, what's going on?" Yifan's face was filled with shock as he looked at the changes in the world. The 4 illusions of spring, summer, autumn and winter merged into one and surrounded the mountain. Yunxiao was stunned for a moment as he looked at the scene in front of him, but he soon understood. He thought about all the changes before and after, and immediately understood what had happened. "This is troublesome. We might all die here." Yifan, Fengzhu, and the others were all taken aback as they looked at Yunxiao in horror. They had been in contact with him for so long, and he had always been disdainful of any difficulties they encountered. This was the first time they had heard him say such dispirited words. It could be seen how serious the problem was, and everyone's mood sank to the extreme. Yifan said nervously, "What happened? Why are we done for?" Yunxiao pointed at the mountain and said, "This mountain peak is transformed from a 9th-tier top-quality profound armament. The so-called 9th-tier top quality is already at the peak of the 9th tier, reaching the peak of perfection. One step further and it would be a transcendent grade profound armament. This 9th tier top-grade profound level weapon was called the Unaging Mountain. It was the weapon of a martial sovereign at the king level, and its origin could no longer be traced. Back in the Battle of the Misty Snow Sacred City, Tang Guang threw this mountain peak out when he was facing his opponent and crushed him to death without even fighting. It was really cool, and the other martial sovereigns were envious of it. His spittle flew as he spoke, as if he had returned to those days when his blood was boiling. The people of the Temple of Holy Fire were stunned and couldn't help but be suspicious. Although the ranking battle of the Heaven and Earth Power list was known to the world, all those who were qualified to watch the battle were overlords and heroes of their respective regions. Yunxiao looked very interested, as if he had seen it with his own eyes or even experienced it himself. Cough, cough, cough. Turpot coughed and interrupted. Young Master Yun, let's get to the point and talk about the current situation. Oh, I'm a little off topic, sorry. Yunxiao's face flushed slightly as he continued to explain. Tangguang's talent is extremely terrifying. If it wasn't for the fact that he's devoted himself to studying formations and wasted too much of his cultivation time, there really wouldn't be many people in this world who can defeat him. For the sake of array Dao research, he was willing to give up anything. It was precisely this spirit that allowed him to become the #1 array master in the world. The Four Seasons formation was formed by using the Ageless Mountain as the eye of the formation and the ancient evergreen tree as the body of the formation. TSK. What a big move. Everyone was shocked. Even Yifan said in shock. In order to set up this array, you don't even want your own 9th grade profound armament? What's a 9th grade top quality profound armament? In his eyes, only a perfect formation was his ultimate goal. This 4 seasons formation is endless, and there's no beginning or end to it. In my opinion, it's perfect, but its only weakness is the formation's eye. Yunxiao's eyes flickered with great admiration as he said solemnly, "For any formation, as long as you can find the formation's eye and have enough power, you can break the formation with force." Teng Guang must have thought of this point and couldn't bear to see the 4 seasons array that he had set up to be destroyed. That's why he had suppressed this 9th-level superb grade profound armament, the Unaging Mountain. I would like to ask, in this world, who can break a 9th-level superb grade profound armament? The people of the Temple of Holy Fire immediately understood. Their faces changed and all turned pale. "This means that we can't get out of this formation no matter what?" the earthen jar asked in shock. Yun Xiao looked at the Unaging Mountain and pondered for a moment, then shook his head and said, "There are only 2 ways. One is to take this ageless mountain and break the formation core. However, without a profound level weapon's ultimate understanding, it was impossible to achieve. What's more, this Unaging Mountain used to be Teng Guang's personal weapon, and had long been refined by him. He didn't know if he had erased the divine sense on it when he set up this formation. If you don't, once you collect it, Teng Guang will immediately know. At that time, he will cross regions and come here, and everyone will die." "What's the second method?" Yifan asked. "As for the second method, Ingluo?" Yun Xiao's divine sense began to spread out, as if searching for something. "That's little Qing. This barrier is created by his body. Although I can use the power of the 4 seasons, he's the only one who can control the entire formation. The hope of breaking the formation is on him. As expected, we're finished. He's the one who trapped us here, so how could he break the formation by himself?" Feng Zhu said with a dejected expression. "Don't tell me I have to stay here forever." Just as everyone was at a loss, in the Ageless Mountain, where the 4 seasons were alternating, for forces were circulating, Qing Zhu suddenly appeared, its face extremely ugly. The Rat Emperor also appeared in front of him and said in a deep voice, "Little Qing, now that the illusionary realm has been broken and the real formation has been revealed, why don't you use the power of the Unaging Mountain to kill them all?" Too many of his children had been killed by the 2 people from Myriad Stars Valley, and he was already quite angry. Qing Zhu's face looked even uglier than the Rat Emperor's. It gritted its teeth and said, "Water Moon Mirror Flower, the combination of reality and illusion. The Unaging Mountain is the core of the formation, and the 4 seasons barrier created by my body is nothing more than an embellishment. Do you think I can control the Unaging Mountain? If I had this ability, I would have killed them one by one long ago. Why would I still be alive? Moreover, I still clearly remember the words left behind by the king-level martial sovereign, Xianxia. If the illusion of the Water Moon Flower Mirror is broken and the 4 seasons formation is revealed, then the power of the Unaging Mountain will gradually be activated on its own. At that time, the 4 seasons will change and crush all the lives in the enchantment." "What do you mean?" The Rat Emperor was shocked. "All life within the barrier. Does that include you and me?" "That's right. You and I won't be able to escape this calamity either," Qing said, "but we still have a chance. I don't know when the power of the Unaging Mountain will start to move, but I can control the rotation of the 4 seasons as much as possible and stall for time. The key now is to let young Emperor Hao Lian break through so that I can absorb the 9 Heavens Emperor Qi and the power of laws condensed from his breakthrough. As long as my strength improves a little more, I can break through that place again and hide in it." The Rat Emperor was shocked and said, "You mean there's a Kasaya below your body? Not bad." Qing Zhu's eyes flashed with a cold light as it said, "Even the king-level master didn't notice that there was a sealed space under my main body. If the power of the Unaging Mountain is strong enough to rush into that space, we might have a chance to open the seal and take Noah's ship." "Good. That young Emperor Helion has already entered your body. The place where the 4 seasons change, the place with the strongest rule-bending power. I will try my best to ensure his safety." The Rat Emperor's staggering body moved away step by step. Qing Zhu looked at his figure and muttered to itself, Young Emperor Hao Lian, you must not disappoint me. I'll condense the power of the 4 seasons to help you. If this still can't help you break through, then your talent is too trashy. He stood in the unaging mountain and looked at the 4 surrounding territories. This place could already be considered an independent space. A 9th-tier top-grade profound level weapon and his own body. The 2 supreme treasures combined to form a world of their own. It could also be considered a pseudo-transcendent grade profound level weapon, comparable to Gu Feiyong's star/sword. Under Little Qing's divine sense and gaze, figures flickered in the 4 territories, all flying toward the location of the unaging mountain. Even the fief had suspended the refining of the 5 elements beast-taming ring and rushed away. Humph, a bunch of ants. Don't tell me that with your strength you all want to collect this 9th-level superb grade profound armament? This is simply a fool's dream. Qing Zhu's eyes revealed a disdainful look as it coldly muttered to itself. When the power of the 4 seasons changes, it will be the time for everything to be annihilated. I should enjoy the last moments of my life. His eyes were filled with pity as he disappeared into the mountains. Xianxia, are you sure this is the unaging mountain of a martial sovereign king? Tang Jie's eyes were filled with shock and excitement, and his breathing became very rapid. The unaging mountain was one of the few 9th-grade profound level weapons on the continent. As the eldest young master of the Tang family of the 4 extreme sect, he had naturally heard of it. Behind him, Xianxia hesitated for a moment before he confirmed with certainty. Its appearance is exactly the same as what the sect master once described. Also, it is said that the heaven and earth chess game set up by the throne was comprehended from this unaging mountain. Heaven and earth chessboard. Xianxia. Tang Jie could no longer hold back the excitement in his heart and said ecstatically, if we can solve the heaven and earth chessboard, we can directly obtain the throne's inheritance and inherit his 800 formations. At that time, who among the younger generation in the realm of heavenly martial arts can compete with me? I'll also take this unaging mountain, Dan Yangzi said respectfully. This is a 9th-tier superb grade mystic artifact. Even martial emperors won't dare to go against you, not to mention the younger generation of the heavenly martial realm. Tang Jie's expression turned cold as he squinted at Xianxia. The passion he had earlier was all gone. Are you really stupid or are you just pretending? Do you think I have the ability to collect a 9th-tier top-quality profound armament? Xianxia shuddered and felt a chill run down his spine under his cold gaze. He took a cold breath and said, Eldest young master, in addition to strength, luck and opportunity are also a great factor in obtaining profound level weapons. In terms of strength, how many people in the heavenly martial arts realm had the ability to take the unaging mountain? Since the king-level expert placed this item here, I think it should be waiting for someone who has the fortune to obtain it. The young master is destined to rule the 4 extreme sect, unify the merchant union, and deter the rest of the world in the future. Perhaps he will have this opportunity. He felt very aggrieved after his boot-licking. He was a dignified 7 stars martial supreme, a powerhouse of his generation. How could he be so humble and show such a warm face to a young boy without moral integrity? However, the situation was stronger than the person who asked him to stand on the wrong side earlier, and now his life and death were in the hands of others. After hearing this, Tang Jie's expression improved a little and said, I don't dare to think about taking the unaging mountain, but it's indeed a great opportunity to comprehend the heaven and earth chess game. If you can gain something today, you will definitely become my trusted aide. Thank you for your support, eldest young master. Xianxia was overjoyed. Tang Jie's eyes were fixed on the mountain, and he also showed a worried look. Let's go in and take a look first. And that Li he can't die. Otherwise, the 7 evils sealed Xianxia. When he thought of this, his face turned pale. Xianxia shuddered as well, his eyes filled with fear. Let's go. More than a dozen people flew toward the unaging mountain. Hiss! A crack suddenly appeared in the space, and Yunxiao's body was torn in half in an instant. However, both of them turned into faint shadows and disappeared in the air. The attacker muttered an N in disbelief as he slowly revealed himself. It was Zhang Xiaotian and two other Soul Eater disciples. They appeared in the Autumn territory at the same time. The people from the Sacred Fire Hall were shocked. They scattered immediately and were on high alert. With Zhang Xiaotian's identity as a 9-star martial venerable, he didn't expect that he would sneak attack. He was really shameless. What made everyone terrified was that they didn't even notice when they launched a sneak attack. The rhythm of autumn here is flowing smoothly. I can feel even the slightest fluctuation. Yunxiao's figure gradually materialized in the air as he stared coldly at the three men, as if he did not care about their sneak attack. "Oh, little brat, who are you? You're quite something." Zhang Xiaotian was not in a hurry to make a move. In his opinion, these people were all turtles in a jar, and he could easily capture them. The most important thing for him now was to figure out the situation, get Yunxiao's treasures, and collect these people's souls. "You don't need to know who I am. Put away your little thoughts and I can give you a chance to cooperate." Yunxiao said slowly, his eyes as calm as water. "A chance to work together?" Zhang Xiaotian was taken aback, and the other two men's mouths were wide open. They found it extremely funny, but Yunxiao did not look like he was joking. One of the junior brothers looked around and confirmed that there was no one else around. He was indeed talking to them. He couldn't help but laugh. "Is there something wrong with your brain?" Yunxiao smiled faintly as he pointed a finger forward and said, "You'll know when you see it. The sorrow of autumn is without wind, rain, or clear skies." The junior brother was stunned for a moment. He immediately felt an inexplicable force wrap around him from all directions. All his strength and energy were being drained away bit by bit, and an unspeakable sense of desolation and sorrow welled up in his heart. He was horrified and hurriedly spread out his domain in an attempt to push back that force, but he found that it was useless. He was actually suppressed by the other party. It would have been fine if it had only been a suppression of power, but under this power he was rapidly weakened. Not only his power and energy, but his life seemed to be flowing away at an accelerated rate, and his vitality was gradually fading away. The rule of Earth Autumn. Zhang Xiaotian's face changed and he said in shock, "How can you condense the rules?" This time, even he felt a chill in his heart. Only martial sovereigns of the ninth heaven could condense rules and use them for their own use. This was common knowledge that everyone in the world knew. Yunxiao snorted as he stretched out his right hand and said, "Sword, come!" Layers of light poured in from all directions and gathered in his hand, slowly condensing into a tangible sword. It exuded a terrifying sense of desolation and bleakness, perfectly integrating with the surrounding scenery. The endless autumn leaves rustled down. When the sword took shape, fear flashed in Zhang Xiaotian's eyes, and he unconsciously took a step back. That was the sword of rules of autumn. In fact, the rule of autumn that Yunxiao could use was very limited, but this move was enough to shock all the experts under the martial emperor realm. Sword Art Star Destruction. A cold voice came out of his mouth. The sword of autumn in his hand turned into sword chi and shone like a star. While everyone was dumbfounded and caught off guard, it cut through the sky and landed on the junior brother. "Eldest senior brother, save me." The junior brother's face was filled with fear as he frantically cried for help. "Stop!" Zhang Xiaotian came back to his senses and threw out a move with a roar. The soul-devouring banner flew out of his body and swept toward the sword of autumn. The banner spread out, and a cold aura spread out, directly interrupting Yunxiao's rule of autumn. Zhang Xiaotian was stunned for a moment before being overjoyed. Originally, he didn't know if the soul-devouring flag would be effective. After all, the opponent's sword was a refined sword. He didn't have any confidence in this thing, but he didn't expect to succeed in one move. After his great joy, his expression immediately turned to shock and anger. The junior brother had already been cut by the sword technique, and there were no wounds on his body. The autumn sword had directly pierced through his body. As he struggled to get closer to him, his life aura was instantly converted into nothingness. His skin suddenly wrinkled, and his face aged and shriveled in a few breaths. In despair, he turned into a trembling old man. Finally, even his body gradually disappeared, turning into ashes. The visual impact of this junior brother's body, as well as the desire to live in his eyes before death, made Zhang Xiaoyan's heart feel extremely shocked and blocked, but he was even more angry. The other shitty was already scared out of his wits. He directly stuck to Zhang Xiaoyan's back, his teeth chattering. Just now, he also wanted to say something sarcastic, but his companion beat him to it, and he managed to keep his life. Don't you soul devourers treat souls as blood and want to lick them? How could this martial venerable soul be wasted like this? He was not being sarcastic, but he knew the nature of the people of the soul devourer sect. It wasn't uncommon for fellow disciples to plot against each other and extract their souls. He said in a strange tone, "Don't tell me you guys are gay friends and have feelings for each other?" Zhang Xiaoyan's face was extremely pale and cold. He held the soul-devouring banner in his hand as if he wanted to attack at any time, but he was extremely worried. He wasn't a hot-headed person. On the contrary, the soul devourers lived in the dark and liked to do things sneakily. It was difficult for them to become impetuous and hot-blooded after cultivating their personalities. Moreover, they had never even thought of taking revenge for their fellow sect members. Yunxiao gave an honest smile, his white teeth reflecting the light as he said, "Now, can we cooperate properly?" "What kind of cooperation?" Zhang Xiaotian asked coldly. Yunxiao quickly gave a brief description of the surrounding environment, including the situation of the enchantment, the power of the four extremes sect, and the possible ways to break out. "It's simple," he said. "We'll deal with enemies other than ourselves. We'll take the unaging mountain and escape from the enchantment." Zhang Xiaotian and the junior brother were dumbfounded. They had long known that this place was set up by Tang Guang, but they didn't expect there to be such a treasure inside. Otherwise, the sect would have sent masters to snatch it. Zhang Xiaoyan's face was unusually heavy. "You mean we'll probably be trapped here forever? The members of the demon clan that you mentioned are not a threat, but there seem to be two martial sovereigns from the Myriad Stars Valley among the figures that rushed into the unaging mountain just now. Any one of them could kill us all." He focused his gaze and recited, "The only thing we can do now is for you to tell me the secret technique to condense the rules of heaven and earth. With my strength as a 9th-rank martial venerable, this 9th-rank soul-devouring banner, and the rules of heaven and earth, we can fight against those two martial sovereigns. Only then will we have a chance to obtain the unaging mountain." A hint of excitement flashed through his eyes. He would be lying if he said he wasn't tempted by the unaging mountain. In his mind, he wanted to kill these people in front of him directly, take Yunxiao's treasures, and extract their souls. Even if the benefits he would get were not as good as what he would get from the Immortal Mountain, they would not be too different. But Yunxiao's strength was mysterious and unpredictable, which made him wary. Furthermore, there was a method to condense the laws. This kind of secret method was even more tempting than the 9th-grade profound armament. Condensing regulations and becoming a martial supreme was the biggest threshold in the martial Dao. Many geniuses had been stopped at this threshold. Some people had reached the peak of the martial honor realm for hundreds of years, but they were unable to take another step forward. Zhang Xiaotian was already a 9-stars martial supreme, and the biggest challenge he was facing now was to advance to the rank of martial supreme. In his opinion, Yunxiao's secret technique of condensing rules was even more important than getting the ageless mountain. Yunxiao laughed and said perfunctorily, "As long as we can escape from this formation, everything will be fine. If we don't have to be trapped here for the rest of our lives, so what if you can advance to the martial supreme realm? As for the two experts from the Myriad Stars Valley, it would be enough to avoid them as much as possible. The unaging mountain is so huge that it's not easy to run into it." A flash of anger appeared on Zhang Xiaoyan's face. He knew that Yunxiao was deliberately avoiding it, but when he thought that it was not easy to learn that kind of secret technique, he gritted his teeth and said, "All right, I'll cooperate with you. However, if we successfully escape this place, you must teach me the secret technique." "Yes, I will," Yunxiao said with a smile, his eyes narrowed. His comprehension of rule force had already reached the peak. This place was condensed from the rules of the 4 seasons, so it was very common for him to use it casually. When the time came, he wouldn't be lying to Zhang Xiaotian. This hope could also suppress his conflicting emotions. Otherwise, once he left the spring, summer, autumn, and winter territories, he would lose the power to compete with Zhang Xiaotian. Then let's go. I also really want to see what kind of existence this 9th-tier top-quality profound armament is. Zhang Xiaotian collected his thoughts and casually grabbed the storage ring of the dead junior brother and broke it with brute force. A long gray banner appeared in the air. A green face had just appeared in the banner when it was pulled out by his 5 fingers. The blue face was in pain and screamed in pain. It was useless as Zhang Xiaotian pulled it out. With a flash of blue light, it was put into the black ring on his middle finger. The streamer lost its main soul, and its light immediately dimmed. The huge resentment and death chi quickly dispersed, which were casually thrown away by him. The eyes of the junior brother behind him flickered. It was hard to tell what he was thinking, but he felt a sense of sympathy for the fox. But even more so, he felt envy. Everyone in the Temple of Holy Fire felt their scalps tingle. Although they had reached a verbal agreement, they still listed these two as the most dangerous people. Is this the rule of spring? Spring has returned to the earth, flowers bloom, and everything is thriving. In a unique space, Haolian Xiaohuang could feel the flowing power. He seemed to have gained enlightenment. As he waved his hand, a little power appeared on his fingertips. He gently pushed out with his palm, and the green color of spring gradually appeared in the surroundings. It condensed into a ball and slowly rotated in his palm. I can already condense the power of the natural order, but why hasn't the Emperor Qi of the 9 heavens appeared yet? The power in my body is no different from before. His face was full of confusion, and he couldn't figure it out no matter how much he thought. Wisps of purple-gray gas appeared in the surrounding spring green. It was not very eye-catching, but it spread extremely quickly. After it appeared, it surrounded young Emperor Hao Lian in a few breaths and began to corrode his body. Miasma? Ouyang Qi. Humph. Young Emperor Haolian snorted and saw Ouyang Qi's figure appear in the air. His body was surrounded by purple-gray miasma. He took a step forward and stepped on the frequency of the space's vibration. The wind from his fist flickered as it came down. Let's see where you're going to run now. Purple frost miasma. The miasma that filled the sky formed a small tornado, whistling and pushing over, growing larger and larger. Young Emperor Hao Lian's long robe fluttered in the strong wind. A ball of spring green appeared in his hand and spread out in his palm. He lightly rebuked, "The rhythm of spring. All living things are revived." The ball of spring green spread out like a wave, and the purple miasma scattered wherever it passed. The entire space was filled with the scene of spring, like the willow flowers blooming and the birds singing and dancing. The power of laws. Ouyang Qi was shocked and his body turned cold. His face was filled with fear and he cried out, "You've advanced to the rank of a martial supreme." Steady. He's only comprehended a little rule force. He's still far from being a martial supreme. Chun Chuanzhou's voice resounded. A crack was torn in the space and a huge vibration could be heard. It was as if the space was about to shatter. A huge sword as wide as a washboard swept across, cutting through the sky. Heavenly ancient bronze sword. Break! As he shouted, sword chi filled the sky. The green color of spring quickly dissipated, and the entire space was filled with sword chi. The 8th grade heavenly ancient bronze sword was just right for Chun Chuanzhou's bold and unrestrained sword aura. With a slash, the overbearing and unparalleled origin power stimulated an endless sword might that rumbled down like a thunderbolt. The rules of spring that were surrounding young Emperor Hao Lian were all shattered. The sword might was enough to topple mountains and overturn seas, and it traversed the vast sky. Chun Chuanzhou's power was surging. Although they were both peak 9 stars martial venerables, his vital chi accumulation was far stronger than that of Hao Lian Xiaohuang. However, he had basically given up on the idea of becoming a martial supreme after failing to do so for so many years. He no longer harbored any hope. That was why he couldn't allow others to advance, let alone a strong opponent. Young Emperor Hao Lian, I must kill you today. His face was filled with ruthlessness as he looked at the rules of spring around Xiaohuang Hao Lian. The despair he had felt after many years of trying to advance to the next level without any results condensed into an extremely strong jealousy and hatred at this moment. He was determined to kill. Humph! Young Emperor Haolian snorted coldly. He remained fearless in the face of the sword gleams and miasma. The law of spring condensed once again under his guidance, like a green spark in spring. It danced joyfully in his palm, reflecting a calm expression on his face. There was not the slightest trace of panic or emotion. Using the empty finger to punch in the palm of the buy-in, it's all about the diamond body, commanding the wind and clouds, being indestructible, and being invincible in the fist consciousness. A voice appeared in young Emperor Haolian's mind. It was the first time he had learned boxing. Gu Feiyong had guided him and taught him with great care. Is that so? He got into position and slowly pushed out a punch. It was simple and unadorned, as if this punch had been like this since ancient times. It was neither humble nor overbearing, neither increasing nor decreasing. The green chi in the surroundings quickly gathered and fused into his fist. The entire space began to distort rapidly. Not only was the spring coming back to life, but there was also the scorching summer, the desolation of autumn, and the silence of winter. For powers of different colors appeared and surrounded his fist before fusing together. The rules of heaven and earth and the power of the 4 seasons have been integrated into his fist wind. Chun Chuanzhou's eyes suddenly widened as he gasped in shock. Xiaohuang Haolian's talent for comprehension seemed to be above his expectations. If this person did not die today, he would no longer have a place in Mercenary City. Boom, boom, boom. The 4 seasons Vajra fist shattered the space and engulfed everything. The 3 energies clashed together, and the entire space shattered. A black hole appeared between the 3 of them and began to suck in all energy. The devouring power spread out. Not good. Guild leader, save me. Ouyang Chi was the first to be sucked in by the devouring power. Unable to break free, he cried out for help in fear. Chun Chuanzhou gritted his teeth and tried his best to resist the force. He was too busy taking care of himself. How could he have the time to save others? They could only watch helplessly as their companions were swept into the spatial turbulence in despair, with almost no chance of survival. Xiaohuang Haolian was also resisting the devouring with all his might. He gathered the regulations of heaven and earth in front of Chun Chuanzhou with all his might. The regulations appeared around his body bit by bit, slowly negating the devouring force. It was actually becoming easier and easier for him. Chun Chuanzhou was getting anxious as he watched. Is this the imperial chi of the 9 heavens? Young Emperor Haolian was pleasantly surprised to see the changes in his body. A feeling he had never felt before rose in his heart. It was as if he was becoming one with the world. He had never felt so familiar with his surroundings before. The essence energy in his dantian was also slowly changing at this moment. The energy in his meridians became extremely powerful. It was not a simple accumulation, but a qualitative change. 9 Heavens Emperor Qi. In an extremely well-hidden place within the spatial zone, Qing's pupils also contracted. Its eyes revealed a look of great joy as it muttered excitedly, "That's great. The speed is far faster than I expected. However, he has just condensed it and the process will take some time. The Emperor Qi will become denser as time passes, and that will be the time for me to snatch it." Boom! Suddenly, there was a huge tremor in the space. The suction force of the black hole suddenly slowed down, and an extremely strong pressure came from the sky, almost squeezing the entire space to explode. The trace of Emperor Qi that young Emperor Haolian had just condensed dissipated as well. His entire body was suppressed and bound by an extremely overbearing force. He looked around in shock, but he could not see anyone. He tried to condense energy grid lines again, but it was to no avail. The force was like a mountain, pressing down on his heart and not budging in the slightest. Chun Chuanzhou was also extremely shocked, but at the same time, he heaved a sigh of relief. Under this force, even the black hole that devoured everything lost its color and gradually disappeared. Although he was restrained by this power, he at least avoided the pain of being devoured. As he watched the Emperor aura that had just gathered on young Emperor Hao Lian's body start to dissipate, he laughed gloatingly. The unaging mountain. The power of the unaging mountain has been activated in advance. In a hidden corner of the space, Qing Zhu's face turned pale with shock. Its face was so dark that it was about to drip water. Felt cold all over, from head to toe. The battle between Xiaohuang Haolian and Chun Chuanjiu had triggered the power of the unaging mountain in advance, which had suppressed the black hole that had burst out. Not only that, the entire Four Seasons barrier started to change due to the activation of this power. Qing's face paled once more. To its shock, it discovered that although the Four Seasons territory was made up of its main body, it was unable to put up any resistance at all. The Four Seasons began to take turns in its midst. After Xiaohuang Haolian and Chun Chuanjiu activated the power of the unaging mountain, the scorching sun on the peak of the mountain began to gradually fade away. The frozen snow at the foot of the mountain also slowly melted, forming small rivers that flowed around the mountain. The withered branches and withered leaves on the trees all began to sprout. The four-time territories surrounding the heavenly immortal mountain also began to change. The border became more and more blurred, and the water and milk merged into one. The entire formation turned into spring. All things recovered and flowers bloomed. It was filled with the joy of spring returning to the earth, making people feel warm. Yunxiao and the others, who were flying toward the immortal mountain, were all shocked by the changes in spring. They could feel the endless changes of the laws of heaven and earth, and their hearts were filled with infinite yearning. My life has a limit, but martial arts is boundless. Yunxiao sighed with emotion as he felt the world changing. Everyone's heart skipped a beat, feeling tiny and insignificant. Humph, Zhang Xiaotian said disdainfully. People of my generation should become martial sovereigns and rule the world. What boundless? It's all bullshit. Rule the world. In your opinion, Yunxiao chuckled. You think that you can rule the world as a martial sovereign? It should be known that there was no lack of martial sovereigns in the heavenly martial realm. But since the ancient times, who dared to say that one was in charge of the world? I think only Yinantian dared to call me that all these years, but he was just a speck of dust in the end. Zhang Xiaotian was also silent. He felt the vastness of the world and the insignificance of his own power. At this moment, he actually had some understanding. He came back to his senses in shock. Just now, his body seemed to have undergone some minor changes, but the changes were wonderful like never before. It was different from the integration of heaven and earth during cultivation. Instead, it seemed to have been sublimated to an extremely high realm and a qualitative change had occurred. That was Ying Luo just now. He was a little uncertain, and it was difficult for him to suppress the excitement in his heart. What made him even more vexed was that he had come out of that realm in just a moment, and he had only comprehended it slightly. Even so, the benefits he had obtained were incalculable. Yunxiao's eyes were filled with surprise. He was very sure that Zhang Xiaotian had just sensed the heaven and earth by chance and showed signs of condensing Emperor Qi. Compared to the accumulation of vital Qi, opportunities were more important in becoming a martial supreme. Zhang Xiaotian's great talent surprised Yunxiao, but it was normal when he thought about it. How could anyone in the Soul Devourer race who could become a 9-stars martial supreme without having their soul extracted be an ordinary person? Among the 7 superpowers, the probability of a 9-star martial supreme advancing to the martial supreme realm was very high. Zhang Xiaotian also seemed to have guessed what had happened to his body. He was completely stunned, followed by incomparable regret and annoyance. He beat his chest and stomped his feet, almost vomiting blood. The people of the Temple of Holy Fire saw his face turn pale and then gloomy. He beat his chest continuously. They were dumbfounded and thought he was sick. Kid, don't be sad. Just look on the bright side. Yunxiao comforted him like a senior. Zhang Xiaotian was so angry he spat out blood. He gritted his teeth and said, "You little brat, you know nothing. Ah! How could I be so stupid to not cherish it? Do you know how much of an opportunity I've lost? There's still a chance. Furthermore, you've managed to catch a glimpse of an opportunity, which will greatly increase your chances of breaking through in the future." Zhang Xiaotian was stunned. He was surprised that this kid had discovered the changes in his body. Moreover, he had suddenly gained some enlightenment during the conversation with him just now. When he thought of Yunxiao's previous performance, he suddenly became a little afraid of him, and his face turned dark and uncertain. After that, the group flew into the unaging mountain without a word. It was full of spring inside, full of vitality everywhere, giving people a very comfortable and pleasant feeling of striving to improve. This mountain is so big. How can we retrieve the profound level weapon and open the boundary? Zhang Xiaotian couldn't help but ask. After entering the mountain, they discovered that it was much larger than what they saw on the outside. They couldn't see up or down from inside. Only endless trees and mountain flowers that were tender and brilliant. Other than the rich spiritual qi, it was not much different from an ordinary mountain. They had no idea where to start. Yunxiao smiled at him and said, "Just because we can't do it doesn't mean that others can't. Let's see what the others are doing first. In any case, we can only rely on luck to break through this immortal mountain. We can't rush it." "Big brother Yunxiao," Yifan said, "the unaging mountain is so big, you're like an ant inside. How can we find others?" He was also a little anxious, not for the unaging mountain, but for the Noah's ship. Ever since he had entered the 4 seasons barrier, that feeling had been faintly discernible. He didn't know how Tang Jie and the others were doing, or if they had found the location. "We'll have to rely on the 2 experts of the Soul Devourer clan," Yunxiao said with a smile. "They have their own way of searching for living souls. Even if those people are dead, they have a way to find their souls." Yunxiao looked at Zhang Xiaotian and said with a smile, "Am I right?" Both of them were taken aback. Yunxiao was talking about the soul-searching technique, a secret technique of their race that was not passed down. This secret skill could only be cultivated by the experts who were at the rank of martial honor and above. It was a secret skill used to search for powerful souls in the surroundings. Not only could it detect the location and strength of a living soul, but it could also detect the location and strength of a dead soul. Even within the Soul Devourer race, this secret technique was an extremely secretive existence. Ordinary disciples had no way of knowing about it. "Alright, since you also know about this technique, there's no need for me to hide it. However, I'll say it once more. If we can leave this place safely, you must pass on the secret technique to condense the laws to me." Zhang Xiaotian once again mentioned this matter seriously. The instant condensation of Emperor Qi just now made him have infinite enthusiasm and expectations for the promotion to Martial Emperor. Now, even if Noah's ship appeared in front of him, he couldn't resist the temptation of promotion to Martial Emperor. Yes, don't worry. At our level, our words carry enormous weight. Who would go back on their words and give birth to inner demons that would hinder their cultivation? That's good. When Zhang Xiaotian heard him mention his heart's demon, his expression changed slightly, and he was relieved. The later a martial artist cultivated, the more they paid attention to their nature. There were no other things in their heart. If a heart demon was born, it would be difficult to resist it unless one had an extremely high temperament, and it would be difficult to advance in the cultivation path. No one would joke about this kind of thing. He took out his soul-devouring banner and unfolded it in the air. A cold and gloomy aura isolated the vitality of spring in the surroundings, forming a terrifying space of resentment. The golden soul slave slowly emerged from it, stretching its body. Its green eyes kept sizing up the people outside, looking very intelligent. A green light flashed in Zhang Xiaotian's ring and a twisted green face was caught in his hand. He threw it over and said, "Eat it." The golden soul slave's eyes lit up with a green light. It opened its mouth and drooled as it excitedly pounced on the green face. The blue face struggled in fear, but it was devoured by the golden soul slave in a few gulps. For some reason, the golden light on its body became even more dazzling. Zhang Xiaotian frowned slightly, seemingly dissatisfied. He muttered, "Such powerful soul power, yet there's only this tiny bit of change. How am I supposed to raise it in the future?" When the people of the Temple of Holy Fire saw this terrifying scene, they broke out in a cold sweat and kept moving out. They only felt a little warmer after leaving this gloomy and cold space. Yunxiao's pupils constricted as he said, "Golden soul slaves are divided into 4 grades: heaven, earth, black, and yellow. Every advancement requires tens of millions of dead bones and vengeful souls. This profound artifact refining method is too damaging to the harmony of the heavens. Sooner or later, they will be punished by the heavens." The junior brother behind him looked at the golden soul slave with envy, but when he heard Yunxiao's words, he was stunned. Clearly, even he did not know the level of the golden soul slave. Zhang Xiaoyan's body trembled as he stared at Yunxiao in horror and said, "The secret of the golden soul slave is only known to the elders in our sect. How did you know about it?" "Hee. Would you believe me if I told you that I've seen Huangfu Bi's sky gold soul slave?" Yunxiao smiled and pretended to be mysterious, which made the two look surprised. Zhang Xiaotian didn't know what level their sect master's soul slave was. He only knew that there were 4 levels of golden soul slaves. This was something he had inadvertently heard from an elder. However, since he was the sect master, he should naturally be of the highest heavenly gold rank. But he would never believe that Yunxiao had seen it before. He snorted coldly, "Tisk, you've seen it before?" Everyone in this world who has seen the soul slave of the sect master has become a part of the soul slave of the sect master. He only felt that Yunxiao was becoming more and more unfathomable, and he was getting more and more frightened. After he calmed down, he sat down cross-legged and began to use the soul-searching technique. After the golden soul slave ate the cyan face, it showed a satisfied expression. As Zhang Xiaotian sat down cross-legged, it also sat cross-legged and moved with Zhang Xiaoyan's hand gestures. Its movements were exactly the same as Zhang Xiaoyan's, but they were a bit slower. Soon, the golden soul slave made a strange seal with his hands, and a red light emitted from his hands. His eyes kept rolling on his face as if he could see through the vegetation, the forest, and the layers of space, staring into the distance. Everyone tensed up as they watched the soul slave's expression and observed the changes in his expression. The soul slave's eyes rolled around slowly without any expression. The people around felt a chill as if something had swept through their souls. Even in this spring, they could not resist the cold air. Suddenly, the soul slave retracted his gaze and turned his eyes to stare at Yunxiao. A dark green light burst out of his eyes, and his saliva poured down like a waterfall. He really wanted to eat it. Yunxiao was so frightened by the soul slave's appearance that he sucked in a cold breath and took a few steps back, his face turning a little white. His eyes flashed with anger as he shouted, "Zhang Xiaodan, what do you mean by this?" A strange and surprised look appeared on Zhang Xiaoyan's face. Looking at the golden soul slave's extremely eager expression, he turned to Yunxiao in shock, looked him up and down, and then slowly said, "The soul slaves have already searched the area. There are more than 10 powerful souls moving around within 1,000 miles. But the strongest soul among them is still you." His eyes flickered as he stared coldly at Yunxiao, as if he wanted to see through the latter. Yunxiao felt that his throat was a little dry. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and calmed himself down. With a sneer on his face, he said, "Hurry up and tell your soul slave to turn his head away. This young master's hair is standing on end under his gaze. Believe it or not, I'll make sure it's consigned to eternal damnation and never to reincarnation." No matter how strong his heart was, being stared at by that strange thing so greedily, anyone would feel numb in their heart. If he had the strength of his previous life, he would probably annihilate these people on the spot with a sword. Zhang Xiaotian revealed a cold smile and said, "Haha, if I'm not wrong, you should be an alchemist and at least a 6th-tier one at that. Otherwise, my soul slave would never show such a greedy look." He gently made a hand seal, and the golden soul slave revealed an unwilling expression as it was pulled back into the soul-devouring flag. Yunxiao's eyes turned cold as he said, "If you have any ideas about me, that will be the most regretful thing in your life." Zhang Xiaoyan's heart trembled. He didn't know why, but even with his Tao heart and martial essence, he felt a chill in his heart and body when he heard these words. Even some of the martial emperor elders in the sect had never experienced such a feeling before. He suppressed the fear in his heart and forced himself to put on an arrogant and unyielding look. Humph, he's just a 6th-tier alchemist. I'm not interested in him. Those 10 or so souls aren't very strong, and they don't seem to be from the demon clan that you mentioned. However, there are 2 powerful souls together. One of them is extremely violent and seems to be a high-level demonic beast, while the other is much calmer. Everyone in the Temple of Holy Fire was shocked. They could even sense the nature of the soul. The cultivation method of the Soul Devourer clan was truly terrifying. Extremely terrifying. The 7 super forces were indeed extraordinary and well-deserved. Yunxiao pondered for a moment and said, "They should be Shen Feng, the leader of the skeleton mercenaries, and the 9-winged spirit snake bird. The other souls should be from the 4 extremes sect. Where are the 2 martial sovereigns and the demon clan members?" Zhang Xiaoyan's eyes narrowed and he hesitated. "There's rule force around a martial sovereign. My soul slave's level isn't high enough, so I can't detect it. In addition, there are several places in the Bulow Mountain that have restrictive spells, and we can't check the situation inside. I think those great demons might be in those restrictive spells." Everyone's head was a little dizzy from hearing this, and Feng Zhu couldn't help but complain. This king-level master is really fucking abnormal. Not to mention that there's a formation within a formation. Even the formation core has a restriction. How the fuck are we supposed to survive? "The key must be in those restrictive spells," Yunxiao said with a frown. "I'm afraid the demons are one step ahead of us. The 4 extreme sect has lost the protection of the great demon. Let's capture Tang Jie first." Tang Jie? The eldest young master of the Tang family of the 4 extremes sect. Zhang Xiaotian had also heard of this person's name and frowned. "He's one of them? Why did you capture him?" Yunxiao smiled. "You don't have to ask about that. It will be of great use to you. Lead the way, dear." Zhang Xiaotian didn't ask any more questions. The dozen or so people from the 4 extreme sect were indeed the ones they were most confident in taking down. He could replenish his golden soul slaves, so he naturally wouldn't resist. He took the lead and flew in front while the others followed closely behind. The size of the unaging mountain was still within their visual estimation. After flying for the time it took to brew a cup of tea, they saw many figures flashing about, as if searching the mountain for something. While they were flying, the season in the mountains changed again from spring to summer. The sun was shining brightly in the sky, and the temperature rose sharply. "Who's there?" Xianxia was the first to notice their presence. With a loud shout that reverberated in a radius of a few miles, all the members of the 4 extremes sect quickly gathered in the center. Tang Jie's pupils constricted as he immediately discovered Yunxiao and the others in the air. What made him even more afraid was Zhang Xiaotian, who he could not sense the slightest aura from. So there was only one possibility: his strength was far higher than his. "Young Master Tang, I haven't seen you for a while." Yunxiao stepped forward from the void and greeted them with a smile. Tang Jie's expression changed drastically. Without those demons, Xianxia, who was the strongest among them, would not be able to restrain them. His heart grew heavy as he said, "Li Yunxiao, although we have some grudges between us, we have no grudges against each other in general. Why don't we turn from enemies into friends and deal with the difficulties before us together?" "It's a good suggestion." Yunxiao shook his head and said, "But how can I turn a man who goes back on his word like young Master Tang into a friend? Don't forget what you promised me. You haven't fulfilled your promise to eat the Netherworld battleship." Tang Jie's eyes flashed with anger. After he entered the Lightsong woodland, if this person had not been against him all the way, he would not have ended up in this situation. Perhaps he would have already obtained the Yin key and Noah's ship. Now, not only was he trapped in the enchantment of the throne, but even Yin key's whereabouts were also unknown. All of this was caused by the person in front of him. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't defeat him now, he would definitely kill him at the first moment. There are no eternal enemies in the world. Young Master Yunxiao, with my status, I'm definitely worthy of being your friend. Tang Jie swallowed his anger and tried to please the other party, saying, The talk about eating battleships that day was just a joke. You and I can be considered friends if we don't fight. If we continue to fight, it won't be good for either of us. Don't you agree? Child's play? Xianxia was stunned. If one day you suddenly say that befriending me is just child's play, then what should I do? Zhang Xiaotian didn't seem to have any trouble and coldly said, "Why are you talking so much nonsense? This tribulation of the Tang dynasty is yours. The rest is mine." As soon as he finished speaking, he did not wait for Yunxiao's reply. He spread out the soul-devouring flag in his hand and let it flutter in the wind. A cold and gloomy air spread out, covering the sky and the sun. Although it was a hot summer, a cold wind and chilly air began to appear all over the mountain. The members of the Four Extremes sect felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Even the 7 Stars Marshal Supreme, Xianxia, felt a chill run down his spine as he cried out in shock, "Ingluo? Who are you? I'll be the owner of your soul soon." Zhang Xiaotian sneered. He made a gesture with his hand, and the golden soul slave slowly crawled out of the soul-devouring flag. It drooled and rushed down to the people below. Its eyes were full of green light, and it let out an excited cry. The people from the Four Extremes sect were all scared out of their wits and turned to escape. "Don't run. Swear your loyalty to the eldest young master. Die!" Xianxia roared as he unleashed all his strength. He knew that this was the moment of life and death. If he couldn't win, he wouldn't be able to escape either. Moreover, this was the best time to show his loyalty. As long as he could survive this, he would return to the Four Extremes sect in the future and be Tang Jie's trusted aide. He would not have to risk his life like this anymore. The power of a 7 Stars Marshal Supreme burst out all of a sudden, and the cold chi that filled the sky was immediately pushed up. It warmed the hearts of all the martial artists, and their morale was greatly boosted. Boom, boom, boom. The dozen or so martial artists attacked at the same time, creating a spectacular scene. They bombarded the golden soul slave, preventing it from coming down. Tang Jie also took out his vermilion bird saber and slashed down with the great void slash. The space directly split into a cross, and its power was not below that of a martial venerable. Zhang Xiaotian's pupils shrank slightly as he stared at the vermilion bird saber in Tang Jie's hand, revealing a surprised expression. The moment the vermilion bird saber appeared, the power of the weapon almost suppressed his soul-devouring banner. Even the golden soul slave revealed a look of fear. 9th-tier mystic artifacts were absolutely rare on the continent. There were only 3 kinds of people in the soul-devouring tribe who could be promoted to an elder and enjoy all kinds of offerings. The first was when their cultivation had advanced to the martial sovereign realm. The second was when the soul-devouring banner that was connected to them had advanced to the 9th tier, and the third was to completely refine a 9th-tier mystic artifact. It was impossible to completely refine a 9th-tier profound weapon without the cultivation of a martial emperor. Even a martial emperor would find it difficult to completely refine a 9th-tier profound weapon, unless he reached the peak of the martial emperor realm. Therefore, the third situation was very rare in the Soul Devourer clan. Most of the elders only had one profound level weapon, which was the soul-devouring banner that they had refined with great care. The soul-devouring banner was refined from the lowest grade, and it was advanced layer by layer. Every disciple of the soul-devouring sect used the rank 1 soul-devouring banner at the beginning. The primary soul inside was also very weak. Only in this way could they be connected to their minds and completely integrate with themselves. When the soul-devouring banner continued to advance, its power would gradually be reflected. However, the soul-devouring banner was not quite the same as ordinary profound level weapons. It relied on the level of the main soul and was much weaker than other profound level weapons of the same level. The only advantage was that after a long period of refining, it had long been completely connected with the mind and could exert 100% of its power. After Zhang Xiaotian's soul-devouring banner advanced to a 9th-tier quality golden soul slave, the full power it displayed was only equivalent to less than 1/3 of a 9th-tier profound weapon. But even so, it was still a very terrifying power. This advantage also made the disciples of the Soul Devourer clan much stronger than those of the same rank. In the heavenly martial realm, No one dared to provoke the Soul Devourer clan of the same rank. Just as Yunxiao had said, golden soul slaves were divided into 4 levels: Heaven, Earth, Mystic, and Yellow. It was said that only Earth-grade golden soul slaves could match the power of a 9th-tier mystic artifact with 100% certainty. No one knew how strong a Heaven-grade soul slave was. Even Zhang Xiaotian didn't know if they really existed in the Soul Devourer race. Therefore, when Yunxiao said that Huangfu Bi's soul slave was a Heaven-grade golden soul slave, he was extremely shocked and suspicious. Now that the vermilion bird saber in Tang Jie's hand had appeared, it directly suppressed his soul-devouring banner in terms of weapon accumulation level, which made Zhang Xiaotian very tempted. If one possessed a 9th-grade soul-devouring banner and refined a 9th-grade profound armament at the same time, one's combat power would be multiplied. His mind raced as he cast his gaze toward the vermilion bird saber. In Tang Jie's hands, the vermilion bird saber could not even display 5% of its power. It was like a child holding a big ingot. There were no adults around, so how could the surrounding people not be moved? The golden soul slave in the sky was overwhelmed by the attacks and was forced to retreat. The morale of the 4 extreme sex people was getting higher and higher, and they became more and more courageous as the battle progressed. Big brother Yunxiao. Haha. Yifan frowned and shouted, asking if he should help. Yunxiao's face was as calm as usual. He shook his head and sighed. The human soul is the most powerful when it has 7 emotions and 6 desires. The people of the 4 extremes trading company below have infinite courage from the 7 emotions. The soul devourers call this process of stimulating the soul power of the other party pouring water. Flood. Yifan was stunned and asked in confusion. Some black-hearted vendors put a lot of water into the meat when they slaughtered pigs and sheep to increase the weight of the meat and sell it for more, Yunxiao said. It's the same as the perverts from the Soul Devourer clan. Before taking the soul, stimulate the 7 emotions and 6 desires of the other party, and the power of the absorption will be stronger. This explanation made Yifan's scalp tingle. Looking at Zhang Xiaotian's indifferent and proud eyes, his heart was filled with disgust. The water is almost done. We can kill him now. Zhang Xiaotian gently smiled and sent a seal into the soul-devouring flag. The golden soul slave suddenly showed a happy expression. All the attacks were pushed away and couldn't advance any further. The golden soul slave opened its mouth wide, and a large amount of saliva flowed down. It let out a strange kiki sound and suddenly rushed down. Gusts of cold wind swept down from the sky. All of the 4 extreme sex attacks were instantly destroyed. Even Dan Ziyang was shocked to find that they could not put up any resistance against the terrifying laughter of his soul slave. He was so frightened that he fled in a hurry. Whoosh! The long banner danced in the air. A large number of warriors screamed in horror and fell to the ground without any symptoms. Their souls were directly sucked into the golden soul slave's mouth and devoured. The terrifying atmosphere spread. Xianxia's body turned cold as well. After struggling to hold on for a moment, he felt a chill in his soul. In his shock, he roared repeatedly, wanting to self-destruct to hurt the enemy. Zhang Xiaotian's brows furrowed as he conjured a hand seal. The golden soul slave followed suit and sent a seal into Xianxia's body. The violent yuan qi was instantly suppressed, and Xianxia felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. His soul was extracted and swallowed by the golden soul slave. Arg! Help! Help! When Tang Jie saw this terrifying scene, he was so scared that his legs went weak and he fled backward like crazy. Killing someone was as easy as nodding one's head on the ground. Since he was able to reach the 7 constellations realm, he should have long been aware of his life and death. However, who had ever seen such a thing as eating a human soul alive? Their minds collapsed at once. Kiki! After the golden soul slave devoured Xianxia's soul, it looked extremely satisfied. It ignored the others who had escaped and ran toward Tang Jie. Don't hurt him! Yunxiao's face darkened as he shouted. Don't hurt him! Zhang Xiaotian revealed a cold smile and said, I know what I'm doing! He changed the spell in his hand, and the golden soul slave seemed to be suppressed. It looked unhappy, but it was still extremely obedient. It stretched out a faintly discernible hand and grabbed Tang Jie. Tang Jie was so frightened that he fell to the ground. His legs were trembling so badly that he did not even have the strength to run. Xianxia's soul had been drawn out by such a grab. Beep! A strange cry came from the sky, and a ray of light cut down from the distance. It was a dagger, which directly cut the sky open, and its target was the soul slave's glabella. The soul slave's face turned blank. He quickly retracted his hand and retreated to avoid the dagger's attack. The dagger disappeared into the mountain in a flash. It was extremely sharp. Immediately after, a figure appeared in front of Tang Jie. The wind from his palm condensed and slapped toward the soul slave. The surrounding forces gathered and shook the cold air away, suppressing the golden soul slave. This person was Xin Feng. The power of a 9-stars martial supreme on his body pressed down, and the soul-devouring banner was suppressed by the domain in the air, rapidly shrinking. Sir Shen. Save me, Wu. Tang Jie had just returned from the gates of hell. He was so scared that his entire body went weak. He crawled over and hugged Xin Feng's thigh as he started crying. This time, he was really scared out of his wits as his face was covered in tears and snot. Xin Feng frowned as he saw Tang Jie wiping his snot on his leg. A look of disgust flashed across his face. He gently pushed Tang Jie away with his foot and said, "Young Master Tang, everything is fine now. With this senior here, no one can hurt you." Only then did Tang Jie nod his head, his gratitude overflowing in words. "Humph. No one can hurt him? Do you think you're a martial supreme?" Zhang Xiaoyan's face turned cold. He grabbed the soul-devouring banner in the air and flew down to Xin Feng. The entire sky turned cold as he flew. The Soul-Devourer clan? Xin Feng suddenly let out a long howl towards the sky, his voice reaching the 9 heavens. A surge of demonic power approached from far, and the shadow of the 9-winged spirit snake bird continued to expand. In a few moments, it came down from the sky and reached out its sharp claws to grab Zhang Xiaotian. Zhang Xiaotian felt the space around him tighten as he was locked in the air. The majestic demonic power of the 8th Order monster beast was no less than his. He spun the streamer in his hand a few times and released the golden soul slaves. They turned into ghosts and bit at the demonic chi. The gloomy and cold chi field immediately swallowed the demonic chi. The 9-winged spirit snake bird sensed the danger and changed its direction in the air, circling to the right. Zhang Xiaoyan's face turned cold and the seal in his hand changed. The soul slave seemed to have identified the monster beast and chased after it, chasing it everywhere in the air. Xin Feng's expression darkened. He had spent a great deal of effort to tame this 9-winged spirit snake bird, and he was well aware of its strength. However, he did not expect that it would be suppressed by the soul-devouring banner. He also soared into the sky and sent a palm strike toward Zhang Xiaotian. Zhang Xiaotian's eyes flashed with a cold light. He directly regarded Xin Feng as a tonic. He sneered and pointed his finger. The strong wind made a sharp chi-chi sound, trying to break his palm power. Both of them were 9-star martial supremes, and they had used all their strength in this attack. Xin Feng's palm force was extremely young and firm, and it had actually devoured the other party's finger force directly. Without losing any momentum, it pressed down layer by layer like a surging river. The power was endless, and each wave was stronger than the previous. Zhang Xiaotian was shocked. The soul-devouring clan had spent a lot of time and effort on refining the soul-devouring banner, so their own strength was inferior to those of the same rank. Now that the soul-devouring banner was being held back by the 9-winged spirit snake bird, he was no match for Xin Feng at all. After being destroyed by a finger, he had the intention to retreat. "Li Yunxiao, what are you waiting for? Are you just standing there and watching?" Zhang Xiaotian angrily shouted at the people in the distance. He flashed a few phantoms in the air, retrieved the soul-devouring banner, and retreated. After the 9-winged spirit snake bird shook off the soul-devouring banner, it circled around for a few moments before returning to Xin Feng's side. The man and the demon, both peak martial venerables, stood side by side, staring at Xianxia and the others. Xianxia smiled wryly. Although he could control part of the rules of spring, it was still very limited. He could kill a 1-star martial supreme by surprise. But it was not enough to deal with Xinfeng and the 9-winged spirit snake bird. There was no need to mention the people from the Temple of Holy Fire. With 2-star martial venerables, it would be a miracle if they could defeat a 3-star martial venerable if they joined forces. The remaining martial emperors were just cannon fodder. In other words, among them, the only one who could be brought out was Zhang Xiaotian. Everyone found that the situation had suddenly reversed. Tang Jie also discovered the change in the situation and hurriedly rushed to the sky. He stood behind Xinfeng and said, "Sir Shun, quickly kill them. Now is the best chance, or else there will be endless trouble." Xinfeng furrowed his brows and looked troubled. It was not impossible for him to kill these people with his strength, but he would be severely injured. The environment was mysterious and unpredictable, and the more strength he had left, the more chances he had of getting out. Cough, cough. Xianxia coughed twice, then stood up and said, "This must be Sir Xinfeng from the Skeleton Mercenary Group. It's an honor to meet you. I admire you. Why the hell are you getting involved in the matter between us and the Four Extremes sect?" Xinfeng was taken aback, thinking that Xianxia was begging to spare Lao AI. His eyes narrowed slightly. The man in front of him was someone Mr. Yu wanted to kill at the cost of his life. Although he could not see any threat from Xianxia, he had always respected Mr. Yu's words. His eyes began to show a strong killing intent. "Humph, you're not qualified to kill me." Xianxia seemed to have seen through his killing intent as he shouted coldly. He could not show weakness now or Xinfeng would really attack him. He had to suppress his aura, so that the other party would not give up after weighing the pros and cons. "Even if it's you, he was defeated by me. How much stronger can you be than him? If it wasn't for the fact that this place is too dangerous and I don't want to waste my energy with you, the two of you and this beast would have died here." A hint of hesitation flashed in Xinfeng's eyes, but he eventually gave up and said, "The more afraid you are, the more you like to boost your courage. I don't like to be tricked by you, but you're right. This place is too dangerous, and I don't want to waste my energy with you. Let's talk about it after we leave this barrier." Xin Darren Lang Lang. Tang Jie was extremely anxious. He wanted to persuade Xinfeng, but when he saw the determination and unhappiness on the other party's face, he immediately shut up. If the other party was unhappy and left him alone, then he would really be dead. As long as they could get out of here, they could mobilize the experts of the Four Extremes sect, and they could kill Xianxia. Xianxia had been put on his must-kill list, and Zhang Xiaotian had been forgotten by him. The main reason was that Zhang Xiaotian was a member of the Soul Devourer clan, and even the Four Extremes sect could not afford to offend him. So, they could only use the hatred transfer technique to shift all the hatred onto Xianxia. Killing him alone would be enough to vent their hatred. Xianxia smiled, ignoring Tang Jie's murderous look. He turned to Xinfeng and said, "Sir Shun has entered the Unaging Mountain for a long time. Did you discover anything?" Xinfeng hesitated for a moment before he told her everything he knew. "I've just circled around the Unaging Mountain. It's full of life, but there's no sign of any primates. Mr. Yu and the others seem to have disappeared completely. There are also a few places that are very strange, and I don't dare to enter rashly. It's very likely that Mr. Yu and the others have gone in." He did not have any conflict of interest with Xianxia and the others, and the reason he helped Mr. Yu was to use his strength to break through the shackles of martial honor. However, the environment here was giving him an increasingly unsafe feeling, and an indescribable sense of crisis was spreading in his heart. He could not explain the reason, but it felt so real. After he finished speaking, his eyes fell on Zhang Xiaotian. He thought that this group of people would definitely be led by Zhang Xiaotian. Moreover, the Soul Devourer race was the overlord of the Western region and had a high prestige in the hearts of the Western region's martial artists. They would definitely have a way to deal with it. However, Zhang Xiaotian was looking at Xianxia, as if waiting for his answer. Xinfeng was taken aback by this. "Sir Shen," Xianxia said thoughtfully, "since you have circled more than half of the Unaging Mountain and have not found anything, There will be no result even if you continue. Rain and the others aren't people who are reckless. Since they've already entered the restriction, they must have their reasons. This is our only hope of breaking through. Xinfeng also felt the same way. After a brief discussion, they all headed towards the restricted areas. The nearest unexplored land turned out to be a steep cliff. It looked no different from an ordinary cliff. It was rugged and made of mountain rocks. There were also some vines, wild grass, and wildflowers on it, which were slightly hot under the scorching sun. However, as soon as their divine senses swept up, they were immediately swallowed up. It was like a suction cup. Not only could it absorb divine senses, but when everyone tried to attack, they all disappeared on the mountain wall without leaving any traces. Strange. It can only absorb spiritual sense and vital qi? Yunxiao gently touched it with his hand and found nothing unusual. What if I do this? Waves of vital qi were emitted from his body, wrapping him into a ball of light and slamming him into the stone wall. Whoosh! He only felt that the space around him had changed, and everything in front of him turned pitch black. It was as if he had entered a strange place. Rays of light began to appear under his feet, crisscrossing in the space and forming squares that spread out in all directions. He was standing on one of the nodes, and the entire space extended infinitely. It should be some kind of restricted space, but the grid under his feet was very limited, forming a square plate floating in the void. Yunxiao looked at the crisscrossing and orderly lines under his feet and found them very familiar. Moreover, the parallel space formed by the lines was constantly rotating with the central line as the axis, and it seemed to be unstable. Is this place really Swan and I? Just as he was feeling surprised, the figures of Yifan and the others also began to appear one by one, followed by Xinfeng and the nine-winged spirit serpent bird, and finally Tangjia. He felt a little uneasy staying outside alone, so he gritted his teeth and rushed in. Yifan looked around in shock. Big brother Yunxiao, what's going on here? As the crowd appeared, the rotation of the parallel space began to slow down. Look at the lines under your feet. Don't you think it looks like something? Like what? Everyone was frowning and thinking hard, as if they couldn't remember. Go! Tang Jie's eyes widened as he shouted, Go! This parallel space is like a chessboard. It was only then that everyone realized that there were indeed 19 lines in both horizontal and vertical, making a total of 361 intersection points. It was really a huge chessboard, lying horizontally in the void, vast and mighty. This is the king-level martial sovereign's profound-level weapon, the unaging mountain. What does he mean by placing a chessboard in his profound-level weapon? Zhang Xiaotian walked on it. There didn't seem to be anything special about it. He could move freely and there was no strange force restricting him. All of a sudden, light began to appear on the other side of the chessboard. Under everyone's astonished gazes, it was Shang and the others, Li included, who seemed to be fine. The four of them also widened their eyes and looked at Yunxiao and the others in shock. Lord Shang! Tang Jie's heart was filled with joy, as if he had seen his savior. He hurriedly ran over and said with wild joy, I finally get to see you, Lord Shang. Xinfeng also stepped on the nine-winged spirit snake bird and flew over. Ha ha! That's great! Tang Jie was overjoyed, and with a ferocious look on his face, he stared at Yunxiao and the others and said, Lord Shang, it's time to settle the score with these people. Yifan and the others were shocked and became alert. The difference in strength was too great, they were in danger. Even Yunxiao's face changed drastically. In this strange space, he could not feel any power of the four seasons, which meant that he could not condense rules at all and could only exert the power of a 4-stars martial grandmaster. In addition, the Divine Realm tablet had run out of spiritual energy, and little King Kong Gourd was seriously injured. He was afraid that he could not even defeat Tang Jie. The smile remained on Shang's face, but the coldness in his eyes gradually grew stronger. You're Li Yunxiao, right? What a small world. I didn't expect to see you again so soon. I suddenly feel very happy. I wonder if you're happy? Zhang Xiaotian didn't know how powerful the big monster was. He only saw a few more martial grandmasters and didn't put them in his eyes. He snorted, Are these the demon clan members you were talking about? In his eyes, these people were not even qualified for his soul slaves to devour. Xianxia smiled awkwardly and said, as the saying goes, no discord, no concord. It's better to have one less enemy than one more friend. Peace is the most important thing in all things. It's better to get rid of an enemy than to keep one alive. Let's go through thick and thin together. Bullshit. Tang Jie roared, his face extremely ferocious. He gritted his teeth and said, Lord Shang, this kid is extremely shameless and dangerous. Also, the man in white with a dark face next to him was a martial honor expert of the Soul Devourer race. He had to be careful too. It's better to get rid of these people as soon as possible to avoid any more trouble. That's right, you said. The others are fine, but we must get rid of this Li Yunxiao as soon as possible. I have a feeling that he will become a major threat to our demon race. Although Shang did not take Yu's words seriously, he could not forget Yunxiao's 2 saint artifacts, and he was greatly afraid of him. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he raised his hand and chopped down. He said softly, Kill! The atmosphere on the chessboard instantly turned cold. The eyes of the big monsters were filled with killing intent and a light purple aura filled the air. Even Zhang Xiaotian was surprised. The killing intent made his heart palpitate. Shinfeng, I'll leave that person from the Soul Devourer clan to you, Mr. Yu said to Shinfeng. They had a close relationship and always spoke their mind. Don't worry, Shinfeng's answer was also extremely simple. Zhang Xiaotian had fought with him before, and as long as the 9-winged spirit snake bird restrained the soul-devouring banner, he would be able to suppress Zhang Xiaotian. Zhang Xiaotian's face changed slightly. Li Yunxiao, he said, I can't beat that beast. Help me. As for the rest, throw them to your companions. Those great demons were all martial grandmasters, and they looked about the same as Yunxiao. Although their killing intent was a little frightening, their cultivation bases were still there. In his opinion, with 3 martial venerables on his side, he could easily annihilate them all. The people of the Temple of Holy Fire all felt bitter in their hearts. Among those great demons, Guang Yu could wipe them out by herself. If they were to fight, they would probably be completely annihilated in a few rounds. Tang Jie's face was filled with viciousness as he said with killing intent, Leave that Li Yunxiao to me. I'll cut him into pieces with my own hands. The vermilion bird saber appeared in his hand, and the fiery red saber chi jumped and flashed. It stepped down on the chessboard step by step, and its aura kept rising, ready to explode at any time. How dare you provoke me and go against me at every turn? I am the eldest young master of the Tang family of the 4 Extremes sect. Those who go against me never have a good ending. Today, I will give you an unforgettable lesson. Tang Jie circulated his vital qi to its peak and poured it into the vermilion bird saber. The weapon spirit also sensed it and gave out a cheerful hum, as if it was eager to drink blood. Great void slash through everything. He roared and raised his saber high, then suddenly slashed down. The entire space suddenly fell silent. When Tang Jie's saber struck just now, only a ray of light appeared on the blade and then disappeared. There was no saber light or primordial chi, and there was no change in the space, as if he had deliberately done it. This by everyone's pupils contracted in shock. Could it be that this space also had a restriction on vital chi? Tang Jie slashed a few more times with all his might, but there was no reaction. No matter how abundant the yuan chi in his body was, he could not release it. Yifan also tried to send out a few punches, but he was also restricted. They were ordinary and had no power. His origin power is suppressed as expected. Overjoyed, Yunxiao laughed wildly and said, Ha ha! Tang Jie, aren't you very good at this? Chop me. Come and chop me. A vicious look appeared on his face as he sneered and strode forward. He clenched his fingers tightly, making a crackling sound. Humph! Tang Jie was startled and coldly snorted. Since you've suppressed your origin energy, do you still want to hit me? I'm gonna cut you down. What can you do? Hit me. Hit me. Hit me. He held the vermilion bird saber in his hand and started to provoke the other party crazily. His eyes were filled with contempt. Bang! Yunxiao stomped on the ground and shot out like a cannonball. Suddenly, he threw a punch so fast that it was hard for the eyes to catch it. He saw Tang Jie being hit by the punch, and a terrible line of blood shot out like a fountain. Like a kite with a broken string, his body drifted away. Yunxiao's faint voice rang out. "It's good. My strength isn't suppressed." As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd saw drops of blood dripping from his fist. The big demon's hearts suddenly tightened. When Tang Jie was sent flying, an armor on his body automatically appeared to protect him. But his defense was still destroyed by the wind from Yunxiao's fist, and he was seriously injured. With just the strength of his physical body, he actually dared to destroy the defense of the battle armor with one punch. All the great demons' hearts tightened. This kind of fist force strength was something that very few of them from the demon clan could achieve. Only those demons who specialized in cultivating their physical bodies could use their bodies as weapons and break the enemy's armor. "I can't let him die." Shang's face darkened as he looked at Tang Jie, who had collapsed in the distance. Li immediately rushed forward. She was the best at healing. However, he realized that he couldn't use any of his vital qi and could only run on the grid line of the chessboard. Humph! Yunxiao snorted coldly as he kicked his legs in Tang Jie's direction and leaped more than 10 meters high, then flew down like a big bird. "Be careful, Li!" The sound of rain rang out as his tail-light sword flew out of his hand and was thrown at Yunxiao at an extremely fast speed, like a dagger. He himself let out a loud roar and his entire body swelled up, revealing his powerful physical body. He also leaped up and charged forward while roaring. In terms of the strength of his physical body, he was no weaker than Yunxiao, and after forming the ancestral bloodline, he was far stronger than the latter. This strange space actually suppressed essence force, so he could only fight with his physical body. Whoosh! Although the tail-light sword was sharp, it was just an ordinary weapon after its weapon charm was suppressed. With a sneer, Yunxiao grabbed it with his palm. His mighty body had been cultivated to the peak, and no weapon in the world could hurt it. So he grabbed the sword in his hand and laughed. "Ha-ha! Rain? Thank you for your sword. It feels pretty good." Yunxiao grabbed the tail-light sword and thrust it at the incoming rain with great enthusiasm. Although there were no sword gleams or primordial qi, Yunxiao's sword intent was far superior to these people. The seemingly ordinary strike seemed to cover all the acupuncture points in Yu's body, making it impossible to avoid. Yu was taken aback. This Li Yunxiao was indeed an abnormal monster, and he could not stay here any longer today. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he threw a punch at the sword radiance. No matter how high the other party's sword intent was, it was just a profound level weapon without any weapon rhythm. It was impossible to hurt him just by relying on the sharpness of the blade. Hiss! Just as Rain thought that he would be able to suppress his opponent, he felt a sharp pain in his hand. His fist had been pierced by the sword by half an inch. How did this happen? Yu endured the intense pain, but his heart was filled with shock. His body was so strong that even if Yunxiao's primordial qi was not suppressed, and he was a 4-stars martial grandmaster, he might not be able to hurt him even if he used a 9th-tier mystic weapon, let alone the fact that the other party could not use his primordial qi at all. Following Yu's scream, the great demon's pupils all shrank and they looked over in horror. Their thoughts were exactly the same as Rain's, and they didn't know what was going on. At this time, Li had already run to Tang Jie's side and checked his injury. After finding out that he was fine, he heaved a sigh of relief, picked up the vermilion bird saber beside him, and threw it to the rain, shouting, "Rain, catch!" Yu endured the severe pain as he held the saber in his left hand. His eyes bloodshot and roared as he slashed at Yunxiao. With the vermilion bird saber in his hand and his strength, he could definitely kill Yunxiao. Even if the other party was holding his own 9th-tier profound armament, he could not be stingy and used all his strength to slash down. "Humph! You think I can't kill you just because you can't use your vital qi?" With a sneer, Yunxiao waved the tail-light sword in a strange posture in the air. It looked very disharmonious, but a strange force flowed out with every movement of the sword. Bang! As the two ninth-tier armaments collided, you felt a powerful force from the vermilion bird saber, forcing him to retreat. Moreover, there was a cut on the vermilion bird saber. This isn't just physical strength, he cried out in horror. What kind of power did you use? Sacred skill. In the distance, Yifan was shocked. He shouted in joy. So sacred skills can still be used. What Yunxiao used was the law condensation technique of the Hall of Holy Fire. Although Yuanqi could not be used here, the law of heaven and earth was a higher existence than pure power. After he used Yinanshan's secret technique, every move still contained a certain law. So Peyu's pure physical defense was as easy as flipping his hand. Yifan was overjoyed. Since sacred skills can be used, everyone, let's attack together. Kill all these monsters, he shouted as he took out a sword and rushed forward. Ever since they entered the demon land, the people of the Temple of Holy Fire had always felt extremely vexed. They could not help in all kinds of battles, big or small. At most, they could only be substitutes. They had long been holding a breath of grievance in their hearts. Now that they discovered that their sect's sacred skill was shining brightly, and that it could still be used under the situation where everyone's power was suppressed, gathering the power of the heavens and earth, all of them were so excited that their blood boiled. Their morale was suddenly high, and they rushed forward with a roar. Each of them performed the same strange action, and in an instant, a strange power began to flow. Shang and the others looked serious. They were no strangers to the power of rules, but they did not understand how these ant-like existences could condense rules. The only consolation was that the rule force was extremely weak. If it was under normal circumstances, they would be able to break it with a casual move, but at this moment the monastic robe had become a fatal advantage. When Yunxiao saw that the rain was badly injured, his eyes flickered with killing intent. He suddenly kicked his legs and shot out like a sharp arrow, the tail light sword in his hand cutting through the sky with a sharp edge. Mr. Yu was also on his kill list, and both of them were determined to kill each other. Mr. Yu's eyes were very serious, but he did not panic. He stomped on the chessboard with both feet and stabilized his body with 1,000 pounds falling technique. His physical strength was above Yunxiao's, and even if Yunxiao could condense a trace of the rules of heaven and earth, it was impossible for him to suppress him. As long as he calmed down, he could still turn the tide and kill his opponent. Bang! The vermilion bird saber met the tail-light sword and once again collided with it. Rain's left hand suddenly swelled up again, and faint red blood vessels appeared on the arm, giving off a feeling of surging power. This time it was Yunxiao who trembled. He was suppressed by Mr. Yu's strength and kept retreating. Yunxiao's face was dark as he flicked his wrist and thrust the sword directly at Mr. Yu's eyes. His advantage was his understanding of rules and sword Dao. Mr. Yu's advantage was his superior body and strength. He raised his vermilion bird saber to block the attack, and sparks flew again. The two of them were both people with strong hearts. After one move, they once again fought. The two ninth-tier profound armaments were constantly chipped, but neither of them felt any heartache. In their eyes, there was only the determination to kill the other. The 7 from the Temple of Holy Fire charged at Shang and the others in different directions. Yuan Sun, who had been in the Talisman General's hand all this time, fell to the ground. He took out his battle axe and stepped forward. He was also a strength-type demon. Although these people in front of him could also condense rules, they seemed to be much weaker than Yunxiao, and their bodies were vulnerable in his eyes. A Xian flower axe. The axe shadow directly swept out, bringing with it an overbearing wind as it cut into the crowd, wanting to kill a lot. Ha! The earthen jar took out a huge hammer from somewhere and smashed it against the axe. Bang! The huge force from the axe directly shook his hammer away, and his hands went numb. However, what made him feel encouraged was that he had actually blocked it. After he had used his sacred skill, he had actually managed to withstand the attack of the opponent's 9th-tier profound weapon. Although the situation was different now, it had given him endless confidence and joy. He roared as he raised his copper hammer and smashed it over. Fu's expression was extremely unsightly. He realized that he had still underestimated these people's sacred skills. Although the power of rules was weak, it still greatly suppressed his own chi. Seeing that the earthen jar alone could fight the talisman, the rest of the people charged towards the house. Xin Feng's expression changed slightly. He muttered a string of strange bird language as if he was conversing with the nine-winged spirit snake bird. The nine-winged spirit snake bird let out a few shrieks and circled in the air for a while before flying up and grabbing at the people from the Temple of Holy Fire. It was an 8th-tier demon beast, and its physical strength was even stronger than Yunxiao and Rain's. Its claws were as sharp as profound artifacts, enough to split mountains and split stones. With a single blow, the profound weapons in the hands of a disciple of the Hall of Holy Fire were immediately broken, and he was sent flying while coughing up blood. In the distance, Yunxiao's face darkened as he suddenly said, "Zhang Xiaotian, let's see if you can release your soul slave." Although the soul-devouring banner was a profound-level weapon, the soul slave was a type of soul body. It was a strange power and might not be shackled. At the moment, Zhang Xiaotian and Yunxiao were in the same boat. Without saying a word, he raised the soul-devouring flag high and unfolded it in the air. The cold air inside seemed to be suppressed, but the golden soul slave slowly flew out with a greedy look on its face. Sure enough, it works. Zhang Xiaotian was also overjoyed. He coldly commanded his soul slaves to rush forward and grab the most troublesome nine-winged spirit snake bird. The nine-winged spirit snake bird quickly flapped its wings and retreated. It was no match for the soul slave when it was at its peak, let alone now that its demonic aura was suppressed and only its physical strength was left. If it fought with the soul slave, its soul would be directly extracted by the soul slave. Demonic beasts at his level would have a certain level of intelligence and know how to avoid harm. Kiki, the soul slave, was flying happily in the air, chasing after the nine-winged spirit snake bird. He was drooling non-stop, like a dam with its gates opened. On the grid line of the entire chessboard, everyone was in a mess and fighting each other. At this moment, two unfamiliar figures suddenly appeared in the space without a sound. However, the terrifying aura from their bodies suddenly pressed down on everyone's hearts, causing them to stop in their tracks. The other two also appeared out of nowhere. They seemed to be very surprised, looking at everything with astonishment. Zhang Xiaotian's face changed and he cried out, "People from the Myriad Stars Valley!" They were Che Shuyao and Feng Yi. As soon as they entered the space, everyone was alerted and stopped fighting. The aura on these two people made everyone feel a kind of terrifying feeling, and they didn't even dare to look at them directly. Zhang Xiaotian was covered in cold sweat. He was afraid that the two would suddenly kill him. He quickly recalled his soul slave. As the two superpowers of the Western region, Myriad Stars Valley and the Soul Devourer clan coexisted peacefully on the surface. However, they had been fighting in secret for many years. They had killed countless disciples of the other party, but they controlled it in the dark to avoid large-scale conflicts that no one could bear. So many pieces of trash are here? Che Xuyao's eyes were cold as he looked around. His gaze lingered on Zhang Xiaotian and his junior brother for a few seconds, making the two shiver. Humph. Except for the Sun Fishboat, everyone seems to be here. The Fief Lord looked around and asked suspiciously, "What's with this space? I feel like there's some sort of restriction that's suppressing our origin energy." "Oh." Che Xuyao's expression changed and he said in a serious tone, "That's right. It's being suppressed. However, the power of regulation is still present, and it can be condensed." Feng Yi said, "The power of laws is the power of this world. As long as it exists in this world, it will exist. No array formation can suppress the laws of heaven and earth." He looked down with an arrogant expression and said proudly, "Do you know what this place is?" Everyone's faces were solemn and silent. No one made a sound. All of a sudden, the entire space began to change, and everyone's hearts trembled. The grid lines on the chessboard emitted a bright green light, and stars began to appear in the sky, as if they were in the universe. The stars grew brighter and brighter, slowly approaching from far away, and actually falling towards the chessboard. Everyone was shocked. The two martial sovereigns from the 10,000 Stars Valley had an even uglier expression. They suddenly realized that they were completely bound, and they couldn't even condense the rules of heaven and earth. The entire chessboard was filled with a strange power that made them unable to resist at all. The stars falling from the sky were getting closer and closer. At this time, they were shocked to find that they were not stars, but chess pieces. The chess pieces were black and white in color, falling like stars. Every piece fell on the grid line of the chessboard, shaking out the power of the stars. The entire chessboard was like a vast starry sky, and everyone felt as if they were in the Milky Way of the universe. At this moment, only a wisp of consciousness was left, and they were so dizzy that they didn't know what to think. Soon, the sky returned to darkness, and hundreds of black and white chess pieces of various sizes appeared on the glowing chessboard, arranged in a certain pattern. At this moment, everyone realized that they were surrounded by a green light, slowly rising into the sky and floating in the air. They could not use any strength. Even Che Shuyao and his fief were the same. This Go arrangement is a Kasaya. Tang Jie, who had been knocked out by Yunxiao's punch, woke up and looked at the chess game below. The Heaven and Earth chessboard. The Heaven and Earth chess game set up by the throne. Everyone looked down in surprise. Many of them had never seen the Heaven and Earth chessboard before, but at least they had heard of it. This was because as long as one could solve this chess game, they would be accepted as a disciple by the king-level master and learn the 800 formations. As the eldest young master of the Tang family, Tang Jie had long been connected to various chess masters, but he had not found anything after studying them for a long time. Yunxiao's eyes were also filled with surprise. He was quite proficient in arrays, and the chess game below him was strange. It seemed that he could strike at any point, but at the same time he could not strike at any point. Why haven't I heard him mention this Go arrangement before? Could it be something new? Yunxiao frowned and thought hard, only to find that his divine sense had fallen into it. He suddenly came back to his senses and broke out in a cold sweat. At this moment, everyone's body slowly fell to the ground. There were a total of 20 nodes on the chessboard that emitted a bright light, which was where they had landed. They were divided into black and white formations. Yunxiao, the two soul devourers, and the 7 from the Temple of Holy Fire made 10 people in total. On the other side, the 4 great demons, Tang Jie, Xinfeng, Che Shuyao, his fief, Yuan Sun, and the 9-winged spirit serpent bird were also enveloped by 10 rays of light and descended. Furthermore, Yuan Sun had actually woken up at this moment, his eyes filled with extreme confusion. This is Lao AI being a chess piece. Yunxiao was horrified. He found that where the 20 people had fallen were the 20 most powerful formation eyes, which connected the entire chess game and the entire formation. Any mistake of any one of them could lead to an earth-shaking change in the entire chess game. Don't move. After Yunxiao's move, they represented the white pieces. Afraid that someone would make a rash move, he suddenly shouted. On the other side, the 10 people didn't dare to move after they landed. Che Shuyao tried to gather his rule force and found that he couldn't sense anything. At this moment, he was no different from an ordinary person, which made him feel extremely insecure. Big brother Yunxiao, what's going on? Even though Yi Fan did not understand the chess game, he could feel that the chess pieces were not normal. When they were linked together, they gave off a shocking aura. It was as if any small change would cause them to turn into dust. Don't move, everyone, Yunxiao said. I don't know the situation here, but I'm sure that if we take one step forward and cause the game to change, we'll all be dead. Li, what did you see? Shang asked. Li looked at the chess pieces, his eyes still filled with unconcealed shock. These chess pieces are actually made of star iron from outer space. No wonder they can set up such a celestial chess game. The killing intent in this situation was extremely heavy. It was as if every step was a dead game, and it was difficult to see any chance of survival. It'll be difficult for us to escape if we're trapped in it, unless you can find the key to the game and solve it. Tang Jie's face was ashen as he said, Crack it? Do you know how long this Go arrangement has been circulating on the continent? No one has ever managed to crack it. The fief lord's eyes turned serious and he said in shock, Is this the heaven and earth chessboard? I've only heard of it, but I've never heard of the killing intent hidden in this chess game. If you can't break out of this situation, it's hard to guarantee that you won't be annihilated in the end. But Go is divided into two colors, Xianxia said. If we break the game, what are they going to do? He pointed at Yun Xiao and the others with a puzzled look. I understand, Li Dao said. This is not just a dilemma, but a double-kill situation. The key to solving this should be to kill all of them. Otherwise, if you trigger the killing intent, the final result is likely to be all ashes and smoke. The Fief Lord looked at Li with a strange look and seemed to be very interested in her origin. He nodded and said, You're right. This is a double-kill game. Besides, we've lost all our strength, so we can only rely on our chess skills to kill them. There should be a chance of survival. Look carefully before you move, Li said with a frown. They were basically in the same boat as the two martial supremes now. The chess pieces were closely linked to one another. Any movement of qi would directly affect the key to victory and defeat, so they had to be extremely careful. A game of chess to decide life and death? Zhang Xiaoyan's face was extremely ugly. He didn't know anything about these things, but he could still feel the vast power of the stars and the killing intent. He stood there, not daring to move. The atmosphere on the entire chessboard suddenly became strange. No one dared to make a sound, let alone move. Those who knew the Go manual began to think. Tang Jie, on the other hand, had a look of despair on his face. He had found many chess kings and masters for this heaven and earth chess game, and a few of them had even died from being possessed by the devil, but they had not been able to solve it. A fief? Che Shuyao asked. You've done a lot of research on these things. It shouldn't be a problem to kill them all, right? The Fief Lord looked worried and smiled bitterly. If it was a new game of chess, these pieces of trash would die even if they were 10 times more powerful. But this is an endgame, and the variables are difficult to predict. I've been watching for so long, but I haven't understood anything. I'm afraid that if I make a move, I'll die first. That's right, Li said. This chess game is too murderous. The one who moves first dies first. But since it's a trap, there must be a way to break it. The first to move will die? Zhang Xiaoyan's face was gloomy. Li Yunxiao, how confident are you in solving this chess game? He found that his side was at an absolute disadvantage. Not only was the Fief of Myriad Stars Valley a world-famous beast tamer, but it was also a master of arrays, and the few great demons seemed to be well-informed. On the other hand, except for Yunxiao, who was a little mysterious, the rest of the people on his side seemed to be small characters. His heart sank to the bottom. Yunxiao looked around. In addition to the killing intent in each step, the game was also full of changes. He had deduced dozens of moves in his mind, but each move gave rise to endless changes, and he could not see the future at all. If I'm given a year or so to study it, I might have some results, Yunxiao said honestly, but I'm not sure if I can break it in a short time. Zhang Xiaoyan's face sank, but he knew that he was telling the truth. If it was so easy to break, would it still be the heavenly game of countless chess kings on the continent? However, Ing Luo, of course. Yunxiao suddenly smiled and said, I'm very confident that I can kill them with the help of the chess formation. As soon as his voice fell, the entire chess game fell silent, and a strong killing intent began to spread across the board, the source of which was Yunxiao. He raised his middle finger and raised his hand high in the air to mock the others. You're 100% confident that you can kill us? Ha 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 ha. Who is this kid? It's interesting to talk. The fiend couldn't help but laugh. Does this kid really know how to play chess? His eyes turned from mockery to coldness as he said, Anyone with a bit of chess cultivation knows that this is a sure-kill game where the one who moves first dies. Unless you can find the only correct path. The first to move will die first? Yunxiao smiled, but his face instantly turned serious. He pointed his finger forward and said, 9 out of 13 fly. 9 out of 13 fly. Yunxiao raised his hand and pointed his finger. A star suddenly gathered in the sky and fell down with a whistling sound, turning into a white chess piece and falling on the spot he pointed at, emitting a dazzling light. As he placed this piece, the entire chessboard's aura underwent an earth-shattering change. The space on the chessboard that was originally parallel suddenly expanded upwards and downwards, forming a three-dimensional starry sky pattern. The 19 horizontal and vertical grid lines also crisscrossed and derived infinitely. It was as if the entire universe space had completely turned into a chess game. As the chessboard changed, the killing intent in the game also changed. At times it was like a small bridge and flowing water, cool and refreshing, or like thousands of soldiers and horses, pressing down on them and making it difficult to breathe. Waves of chill enveloped everyone's hearts, as if they would completely disappear with a single movement. Didn't they say that the one who moved first would die first? How are they fine? Che Xiao looked at the change of the game in horror. He felt as if his side had fallen into a great killing intent. Even he, who was a martial supreme, felt a chill in his heart. It had been a long time since he felt so powerless and at the mercy of others. Fief Lord and Li's faces also changed drastically. Yunxiao's small flying corner seemed to be boring, dispensable, and had no effect on the battle. But the situation of the entire chess game had undergone a tremendous change. It was like a trigger that drew endless killing intent to the 10 of them. Zhang Xiaoyan's reaction was the complete opposite of theirs. He only felt that the pressure had been lifted and his body relaxed. The people of the Hall of Holy Fire also felt relieved and looked at this huge change in surprise. How is it? Can we kill them now? Zhang Xiaotian hurriedly said. Staying in this place for a minute longer made him feel cold. Not so fast. Yun Xiao shook his head and said, It all depends on how fast they play. He was only afraid that they would refuse to move. He didn't know if there was a time limit in this space. If they refused to move for 10,000 years, they would be in deep trouble. However, Ing Luo, from their expressions, the situation doesn't look good. The people in the black pieces were indeed starting to get nervous. The killing intent in the chess game was getting stronger and stronger. The cultivation of the great demons was the weakest, and their faces were starting to turn pale. No, we can't. Li Jun was startled. If we don't make a move now, we'll be attacked by this killing intent and die in the chess game. She also raised her right hand high, her face full of panic and hesitation. Stop! Don't move! The Fief Lord looked at Li's appearance and was shocked. He suddenly shouted, One wrong step and you'll be doomed eternally. We must be extremely careful. Li looked at him coldly and said, You have the cultivation of a martial supreme, so you can still hold on for an hour. However, the few of us are only martial grandmasters of the Six Directions realm. I'm afraid we will be annihilated in the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Instead of that, why don't we have a son? The Fief Lord's pupils shrank, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. However, his cultivation was suppressed here, and he did not dare to move at all. He could only threaten loudly, Hold on for as long as you can, or else I'll kill you all even if I leave this place. No one is allowed to move. Che Shuyao also shouted, Follow our orders. Li's face changed slightly. She was not confident in her next move, so she turned to ask Shang for his opinion. Shang's face was calm, as if he was unmoved by the death trap before him. When it's time to go down, just treat these two dogs, barking as farts. You coward! The Fief Lord was furious, but when he saw Li's finger about to point out, he trembled in fear and suddenly said, Stop! Even if you really want to go down, we can discuss where you plan to land. Li's hand stopped in mid-air and he hesitated. 16 out of 7. She couldn't make up her mind. If the situation didn't force her, she wouldn't have made a move. 16 of the 7. A look of surprise flickered in the fiend's eyes. Although this chess piece could not reverse the situation, it could resolve most of the killing intent brought by Yunxiao's small corner. It was indeed a good move. Let's go with the 20th of 11. Maybe it'll be better. Tang Jie, who had not spoken for a long time, suddenly spoke. Many of his bones had been broken by Yunxiao's punch. Although Li had helped him, his injuries had not recovered, and his face was pale. 2nd of 11, Swan and I Feng Yi and Li were both shocked at the same time and read it out. Their faces were filled with surprise and joy. If this move was played, it would be much more brilliant than what Li had thought. Not only could it dissolve the killing intent, but it could also turn defense into attack. "Boy, who are you?" The fiend was overjoyed. "Are you an expert in Go?" To be able to come up with such a move in such a short time, it was definitely not an ordinary person. He seemed to have seen the hope of escaping. Tang Jie cupped his fists and said respectfully, "Lord Fief, I am Tang Jie from the Tang family of the Four Extremes sect. I have also studied chess. However, compared to you, how can the candlelight compete with the bright moon?" He knew the identity of these two people and had the intention of befriending them. If he could establish a connection with Myriad Stars Valley, it would be of great help to him in his fight for the position of sect master of the Four Extremes sect. "Tang Jie of the Tang family of the Four Extremes sect? I seem to have a tiny bit of an impression." The fiend frowned and said. He laughed. "You're not bad, kid. You're of a high status and are full of talent. You can also be humble and polite. If you can help everyone get out of this predicament, I'll definitely remember this favor." "Not bad. You and I can be friends," Che Shuyao added. Tang Jie was full of joy and repeatedly agreed. It was like a huge windfall for him to gain the favor of two martial sovereigns at once. However, he had to get out of this place alive first. He didn't have the slightest confidence in breaking this heaven and earth chess game, but if he just struggled to take a few steps forward and force his opponent into a dead end, he was still very confident. Seeing that no one had any objections, Li finally pointed his finger and shouted, "The second of 11 charge!" A star condensed directly in the space of the chess game, emitting a crystal-like light, and fell in the direction of her fingertip, turning into a black chess piece that exuded a powerful pressure that shook the hearts of Yunxiao and the others. The relaxed atmosphere suddenly became somber. The situation on the Go board was reversed in an instant. That biting cold chi had completely transformed in an instant. The white pieces seemed to have fallen into endless killing intent, layer by layer, and would die with a single move. The three martial royal realm experts from the Temple of Holy Fire, who had lower cultivation, began to shiver under this murderous intent. The cold air penetrated straight to their bones. "Humph, brat, no matter how powerful your trump card is, no matter how strong your body is, this chess game is all about intelligence. Can your intelligence compare to mine?" Ha 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 ha. Looking at Yunxiao's pale face, Tang Jie could not help but burst into laughter with a smug look on his face. Zhang Xiaotian gritted his teeth and regretted not killing this person first. He knew that the situation was not good, so he did not dare to disturb Yunxiao's thoughts. He just waited quietly. Moreover, his cultivation was the highest among them, so he would be the one to last. "It's a good move indeed." Yunxiao's eyes were filled with surprise and solemnness. He knocked his head a few times with a finger and muttered to himself, "This doesn't seem like a move that you can make with your intelligence. I have 3 ways to break your move, but which one can I use to force you into a desperate situation?" So conflicted, Tang Jie's expression changed. He snorted in disbelief. "What's the use of trying to argue? Can it save your life? If you have the ability, then come out and show this young master." His face was full of sarcasm. This move had been researched and developed by countless chess masters, but it still failed to break the heaven and earth chess game in the end. It was undoubtedly a great regret, but Tang Jie's understanding of the chess game was above everyone else present. 7, 9, 10 Luan, Yunxiao frowned as he kept deducing all kinds of changes in his mind, but he felt that it was endless and impossible to count them all. He even had a splitting headache and a sense of powerlessness. He sighed. "I don't care anymore. We'll take one step at a time. Let's see who dies first." He raised his hand and pointed forward, shouting, 3 out of 9 double. A white chess piece was condensed in the space of the chess game. It emitted the power of stars and fell toward the grid nodes in the space. It drew a long tail in the air and was very beautiful. Boom, boom, boom. There was a slight vibration in space as if this piece had triggered some kind of rule. The chess game changed greatly once more. The formation cores that were originally isolated seemed to be connected by this piece. creating a cycle with no beginning or end. This Xuanji is so chaotic. What's going on? Li was shocked and looked at the changes of the formation chess in front of him. He had a feeling of being overwhelmed and dazed. How could there be such a huge change? Just now, he was clearly about to force the other party to death. But with just one move, the order was reversed, and the universe was reversed. The Fief Lord was even more dumbfounded. He was also a formation master, and he had never seen such a transformation before. He didn't even dare to think about it, but it was displayed in front of him one by one. It was completely beyond his common sense of formations. Tang Jie's mouth was also wide open, and he was a little at a loss. However, when the murderous intent that penetrated the heaven and earth rose in all directions, he shivered all over and hurriedly scratched his head, cold sweat oozing from his forehead. This time, it was the white stone's turn to breathe a sigh of relief. Yunxiao smiled lightly and said, "What's wrong? Did he not have enough intelligence? You seem to be in a hurry. Do you want me to give you some hints?" "Don't gloat." Tang Jie's face turned red as he scolded. "Would you be so kind as to tell us how to get there?" "Not necessarily," Yunxiao said with a smile. "I don't think so." His eyes were filled with curiosity as he said, "I'm now very interested in this heaven and earth go arrangement. Your move just now was very wonderful, and I really want to see what your next move is. This change in the go arrangement is called Earth Fire Clear Barbarian. I wonder if you've heard of it." Everyone was stunned. In this life and death battle, he actually started to do research. The people on the black side were stunned. Che Shuyao felt the killing intent and said angrily, "Humph, you're trying to confuse us. Do you think we're 3-year-old kids?" Feng Yi's brows were tightly furrowed, and he fell into deep thought. Li's eyes lit up as he gave Yunxiao a look. A strange light flashed in his eyes as he said, "This game is indeed the brilliance of earth and fire. It is a game of light and darkness, but it is only a corner of the entire heaven and earth chess game. I will use 73% of it. What do you think?" Like Che Shuyao, the white chess team thought that it was Yunxiao's trick to create chaos. But after hearing Li's words, they were stunned. Zhang Xiaotian was even more exasperated as he roared, "Li Yunxiao, what's going on with you?" "It's all right," Yunxiao said with a faint smile. "I just want to see how they can get there. This chess game contains the ultimate truth of heaven and earth. The universe changes. If you can solve it, it will be of great benefit to your understanding of heaven and earth." Zhang Xiaoyan was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He almost roared, "I don't want great benefits, just kill them quickly." Yunxiao made a stop gesture and said with a smile, "Let's take a look first." The white team was dizzy. Even under such circumstances, he was still in the mood to play. Even the people from the Temple of Holy Fire wanted to rush up and beat him up, not to mention the 2 soul devourers. They swore in their hearts that they would skin Yunxiao alive when they got out of here. Yunxiao's carefreeness made He Zi's side's heart sink. Since the other party dared to tell him about the changes in the chess game, it was obvious that they had great confidence that they could defeat him. Each of their faces was extremely gloomy and ugly. 73% is indeed good, but it can't completely resolve the changes brought by the earth fire, Feng Yi said. If we can't reverse the situation with one move, we'll be in a passive position when he makes another move. Li's forehead was almost twisted into a knot. She also understood what the fief's words meant, but the situation formed by the opponent's piece was a small game in the big game. If one looked carefully, a new game would be derived from the big game. There were layers of changes and endless changes. It was already very difficult to keep from being obliterated, not to mention turning defeat into victory. The fiend pondered for a moment and said, "Back then, the king-level martial sovereign left a prologue. Have you all heard of the phrase heart like spider silk wandering in the sky? Body like armor turning into a withered branch?" Li was stunned. She had no idea who a king-level martial sovereign was. However, when he heard this, he felt that it was extremely profound and mysterious, as if it had pointed out some key point. However, he could not grasp it for a moment, and his heart was a little itchy and anxious. Tang Jie only felt a flash of inspiration in his mind as he said happily, Yes, there is such a sentence. Then the next move should be to shed his cocoon and become a silkworm to resolve this situation. The best position should be 9 out of 9. Not bad. The fiend's eyes revealed a sharp glint as he said with a murderous aura, I don't believe that with the combined wisdom of the three of us, we can't defeat this little brat. 9 out of 9 vanish, he shouted as he pointed his finger. As the black chess piece landed, the predicament caused by the earthly fire bright brilliance was immediately dissolved. The entire situation became a new one. It was as if a brand new situation had appeared in the battle between the black and white chess pieces, and countless changes were derived once again. Feng Yi's face revealed a proud expression. He was a grandmaster of arrays, and after he pressed the stone, he immediately regained the demeanor and bearing of a grandmaster. He proudly said, You are Li Yunxiao, right? I'll remember this name, but it's a pity that you're going to die here today. The expressions of the white chess pieces changed drastically, as if they had sensed that the situation was not good. All of them became nervous. Zhang Xiaoyan's face was so gloomy that water was about to drip out. His head was swollen with anger as he roared at Yunxiao. If you die here today, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. Yunxiao ignored Zhang Xiaoyan's roar, but smiled at the fief and said, Grandmaster Feng, you only managed to escape a calamity under my guidance. How did you become so pretentious? I don't like the way you're acting. It's better to keep a low profile. He raised his hand, and a star condensed in the air. He muttered to himself, Should the next step be the wind is stronger, or the whole fire heaven is stronger? His face revealed a look of hesitation. When the people from the fief heard this, they were all shocked. Looking at the stars in the sky, they quickly deduced the situation of great swamp and strong wind and great fire in their minds. The more they thought about it, the more shocked they became. Forget it. No matter where I go, I can only play with you guys. It's of no use to break the entire chess game. I'll just use the heavenly lightning and earthly fire and directly kill you guys. The dispirited look on Yunxiao's face made everyone want to vomit blood. 15 out of 7 cross. A hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. The stars condensed and fell onto the grid line. The entire chess game began to change when the white piece streaked across the sky. It stacked layer by layer, and the deduction was endless. Boom, boom, boom. That piece was fixed on the 15th position of the 7th, and the entire space trembled with it. A killing intent that seemed to have substance was born in the array, crazily surging towards He Zi and the other 10 people, wanting to devour everything. Heavenly lightning and earthly fire. What a strong killing trap. Even the 9 heavens martial sovereigns of their fief felt a chill down their spine and cried out in horror. What do we do? What's our next step? The killing intent came too quickly, and the endless changes in the chess game overwhelmed him. His mind was almost muddled. Tang Jie gasped and said in a panic, How about 6 out of 7? It can dissolve the power of that step. The fief lord shook his head. No, the loophole is too big. If he puts one more stone in the town, we'll be completely dead. Tang Jie's body was attacked by the killing intent. His whole body shivered and he said, If that swan and I still doesn't leave, he'll really die. Li's eyes were also filled with shock as he said, 70% to 90% is still a dead end. What's going on? Is there no way to break it? The fiend patted his head continuously as he racked his brains and said, What's going on? Don't tell me that I, a grandmaster of arrays, can't beat a young kid? How could he break out of this trap of heavenly lightning and earthly fire? How do we break it? He quickly thought through all the chess games in his mind, but he couldn't find any way to break them. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his eyes revealed a look of despair and dejection. At this moment, his entire spirit suddenly withered, as if someone had sucked him dry. It wasn't just the killing intent from the chess game, but also the frustration of being defeated. The other party's age and calm appearance showed that there was a huge gap between the two of them in the field of arrays, which was difficult for him, a famous array master, to accept. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to die soon. You bunch of trash. Just walk around, I'm really going to die. Yuan Sun suddenly let out a wild cry. His cultivation base was above Tang Jie's, but after his blood essence was extracted by Yu, he was still seriously injured. He couldn't resist the killing intent that was pouring into his body, and it felt like he was going to be annihilated at any moment. He roared and pointed his finger at the sky, saying, "Fall! Break for me! Don't!" Li and Tang Jie screamed in horror at the same time as they looked at the stars in the sky. It was too late. As Yuan Sun's finger pointed down, the star directly turned into a black chess piece and fell from the sky, crashing down on the grid lines. Yunxiao's face flickered. He seemed to have seen where the chess piece was placed, and a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. At that moment, countless chess games began to play out in his mind. That's Ying Luo. Li looked at the landing point in shock. He seemed to have noticed something and was shocked. In that position where the chess piece was placed, all deductions became invalid. The changes in the chess game seemed to have reached the end, and the future could not be seen at all. Boom, boom, boom. The black chess piece fell into it, and the entire space trembled. At this moment, all the chess pieces emitted a green light, as if they were responding to the black chess piece. Green light also appeared on the bodies of the 20 people. They could feel the power in the chess game. It seemed to be connected to an infinite distance, an infinite time, and it penetrated the heaven and earth. This chess piece is lacking in both fire and water. Yunxiao's eyes were filled with shock as he stared at the black chess piece, unable to calm down for a long time. Not only him, but Li Tangjie and Feng Yi were also completely stunned. The entire space of the chess board underwent a huge change again at this moment. The star chess pieces gradually disappeared, and they appeared in the same way that they did when they appeared, deducing the entire chess game from the back to the front. They could feel the power of the formation. It was as if they could see the distant past and the endless future. Time and space seemed to shrink into a node at this moment. It had been fixed since ancient times and would never change. Tang Jie swallowed his saliva and licked his dry lips. He muttered to himself, "The Kasaya is broken just like that? So this is how the entire heaven and earth chess game evolved. It's so incredible." At this moment, the entire three-dimensional chess game space that spanned across the universe continued to degenerate and disappear at this moment. Along with it, endless power also disappeared. The entire world turned pitch black once again, and there was no longer any light. Everyone was still immersed in the evolution of the array Dao, and it took a long time for them to come back to their senses, as if they had all benefited a lot. Has the broken Kasaya been broken? I actually broke the heaven and earth chessboard. Yuan Sun was the first to react. He himself was completely dumbfounded. He was completely clueless about the Tao of formations. Earlier, he had only felt the aura of death and was making a last-ditch struggle, not willing to wait for death. He didn't expect that he would actually falter. Ha ha ha! Shang laughed out loud. As expected of a human who possesses the power of my monster race's mother. Hee. It seems that keeping you is really useful. Phew, are we finally safe? Che Shuyao heaved a sigh of relief. He realized that he was sticky all over. He was so nervous that he broke out in a cold sweat. He felt uncomfortable.